Oh, get roll call.
Tim O'Connell,
I'm here.
Sharon Kelly,
Here.
Tracy LeBlanc, here, Doug Rowdy,
Here.
Pamela Garvey,
Here.
and Justin Wood should be here shortly.
Justin, shortly. All right. Approval of the agenda, it's gonna get changed a little bit, but everything that's on there might stay. We're gonna move up on the agenda. We're gonna move the closed session up to the beginning here. I think we'll have some public comment. We'll have a few minutes and then we'll move it up to that after just the regular public comments, public hearing
So
portion.
after the public, so like it'll be number 6 now, Kim?
Yes, it'll be number 6.
You need a motion to,
I need a motion to approve the agenda with that change.
I'll move that we approve the agenda with a change, moving closed session up to item 6 and shifting everything else down.
Okay. Is there a
Second
second? Second, Trace. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Approval of our last meeting's minutes, the February 4th, 2026.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of February 4th, 2026.
Second, do we have?
Second.
Seconded. Everybody. All right, did anybody see any changes or anything? Hearing none, all those in favor then say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Let's do some public comments then. And we'll start there. If anybody has public comments, that is not for the public hearing. I'm here for the public hearing. Everybody's here for the public hearing. Okay. That speeds it up. Are you here for the public hearing or?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So are you for public comment, ma'am?
No, I'm grabbing the.
Oh, the side, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, well then, hearing none, away we go. So, I guess,
Motion to move into closed session. Is that what you're saying, Kim?
yes,
I'll move that we move into closed session.
per,
Oh, thank you. Per
1985.
19.851G. To confer with legal counsel.
All right,
I'll second it.
second, all right. So if Justin shows up, we can let him in. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so we'll have to have everybody leave for, shouldn't be too long. Yes, I do that. I'm not with the hammer down. No, no.
Unilaterally decide. I'm not trying to show my
You
hand.
put me under the bus, but I'm gonna come on and say what is the committee. I'm not gonna let you. No, yeah. It'll be another, will you say anything one way or another, it's your ordinance, said your name.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
They did.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
This, you read through this, you know,
All open meeting, Carol.
first of all, the way minutes are so big and something, and they're supposed to be right, which I understand that. And so I went back and looked
really?
at videos of them so I could understand. I listened to the video where Jason said. That was- Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, but I don't, then I mean.
You never- I don't-
Either them.
Carol.
Gonna have the sign up board.
They're wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need to document,
That's
so
don't.
this doesn't work. You should document, hey, you know. here's
Exactly.
Oh, it's still coming around.
So that's part of the mess, you know.
And text.
It's really hard on the town.
It's still coming around.
Absolutely. And
I'll just throw it out. Listen,
again, after that work, I just don't like it. General
Yeah.
zoning.
good luck.
So what, Logan, while that's coming around, do you want to read in? You're to open it up, please.
That's.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think.
which was general zoning. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead, we'll open it up.
This is to open the public hearing for the shoreline zoning ordinance. I'll just read the public notice. The proposed shoreline amendments incorporate changes discussed following the first public hearing on February 4th, 2026, and include updating the current ordinance to align more closely with our model ordinance language. These changes include removing language that exempts towns with their own zoning from certain general provisions and clarifying within which zoned areas certain provisions apply, as well as a modification to the length of allowable boathouses. The addition of definitions and boathouse requirements are provided for clarity to the public regarding permittable structures, amending the side yard and rear setbacks to be consistent throughout the unincorporated areas of Polk County, and adding additional mitigation options to provide property owners with more ways to improve their lakefront properties. So from the first public hearing, I do have a brief summary of what was changed after discussion of that, and then with the new ordinance that was public or noticed. I can go either show it on the board or just go over a general overview of what was changed between the last public hearing and this public hearing.
We should, let's do it on the board, please.
everybody signed it.
Jeremy.
And then, do you have the packet pulled up, Claire? It might be better to go through it that way. That way the committee members have the exact page number to look at. Otherwise, you were going towards the right document. I think it's starts on like 18 after the forestry stuff. So again, this will be a brief overview because we already went through the complete first public hearing. This is just any changes from the first to the second. If we could scroll down under definitions, all we did was added numbering. That way they can be referenced in the future. On page 28 of the packet, it should be highlighted red in this document. So regarding the number of accessory buildings, the language was added that in areas zoned under sections 42-214A 1 through 12, which there will be a few references to that. So if we could scroll down to 214 just to show everybody what those 1 through 12 are. little bit further. It should be the next actual chapter.
Page 30, yeah,
1 through 13.
212, 13.
Towns.
So we should have.
So those,
do that.
when it's, back up. Those references are for 1 through 12. You can scroll down a little bit. So anything that has that starting language is not including town zoned areas. So that was language that was amended back into there. So if we go back up to page 29 of the packet. G, I, and K. So here's K, G, and I would be above this. So these are all areas that were amended. I and K are for the town zoned areas. G was the clarification in the language that stated a structure 64 square feet or less doesn't need a permit. That was from guidance from the DNR that it needs a permit. We don't have to charge a fee for it. So the way that I worked with Corp Counsel on that was, let's put the fee pursuant to the fee schedule. So that way, if at some point there needs to be a fee due to time it's taking to review those permits, we don't have to change the ordinance to put that in there. So it's just gonna say the fee pursuant to the fee schedule. And if there's ever a fee, then they'll know at that point, the fee is on the fee schedule. And then the number of accessory buildings, it doesn't count if it's 64 square feet or less. And that's just clarifying. That's the reason, or a lot of the reason I think that language was in there in the first place, because in a lot of these areas, you can only have 2 accessory buildings. But what we're saying is if it's less, 64 square feet or less, it doesn't count as one of those buildings. The next is down on page 51 of the packet. And this is regarding boathouses. This was language added after discussion with the committee. Again, it states in the sections 1 through 12, and then the change language increased the length of the boathouse to 28 feet. And added the language that was discussed to the depth may include up to a 2-foot apron that runs parallel to the front of the boathouse. The depth of any apron will be counted against the allowable depth of the boathouse. That was language added. And then on 4 and 5, the 7 feet that was reduced from 10 feet to accommodate that vegetative buffer length that we've received information from the DNR on the 35-foot, not having the boathouse protrude back into that area. And then 5 is stating 1 through 12. So in areas that are town zoned, the single story 14-foot max sidewall height would not apply in town zoned areas. Page 53 of the packet deals with the town reduced setback language, town road setback. So this was taken out prior to the February 4th from guidance from the DNR. After discussion with the committee, this was put back in there. So this reads exactly as it was, or is currently in our ordinance. Page. So I didn't have the packet number, but it's 45 of 53 on the bottom.
Page 53.
So page 63, this deals with off-street parking and loading. And if we scroll down, manufactured home and manufactured home parks. And if we scroll down to the next section, travel trailers and travel trailer parks. So this same language was added in all of those sections stating that it applies through 1 through 12 again. So it's saying it doesn't apply in those town-owned areas, those 3 specific sections. Other than that, I think that should be it. That'd be the summary of changes. I don't have anything further on that as of.
Okay.
Is there any questions specifically to those, or if there's any clarification from the discussion you guys had and what you're seeing up here?
Go back to page 29. I just want to see if we can clarify section 42 to 49.
29.
Page 47, excuse me. I'm reading, there's 40, 20, I got two different ones. Right there. 42, 249, we read that. Does that exempt the towns? Do we already have that in there, that the towns are exempted or not? The way I read it, the towns that with their own zoning are exempted then. Is that, I'm not reading it right or what?
Yeah, so it states that they enforce their use regulations, which would be their underlying town zoning districts, whatever they have.
Sorry.
For us on the shoreline map, it's just gonna say town zoned. But under general provisions is where we clarify that some of those also don't apply to the town zoned areas. And that's how it is currently in our ordinance.
Okay,
But yeah, this section is stating we have all these zoning districts and then we have a town zoned zoning district. There's no, as you see, there's no, allowed and permitted uses refer to your town zoning, town
Okay.
ordinance. So we're not enforcing the, if
the
you,
uses in that.
yeah, the specific.
So we do have it in there already, so then with some of these letters, the on zone could almost be added to that there and it would cover us a little. But we'll listen to the people, but I mean, I just keep reading that and they're already exempted, so I'm wondering, when they're bringing all this other stuff up. So we'll
Yeah.
listen to what they say.
Okay. Anything further?
Anyone else with questions then, and then we'll start. All right. You have. Want me to read it?
Oh, I love that.
All right. Let's start. The first one is a Dave Nelson. If you'd come up and just state your name, it's being recorded, sir.
My name is Dave Nelson. I'm a supervisor for the town of Garfield. Ed couldn't be here today and he asked me to attend. I also chair the planning commission for the town. And at the last meeting, Ed said that we were going to try to get an attorney or get a law office to represent us. We have a law office. It's Weld Riley out of Eau Claire. And we have banded together with 6 other towns or 7 towns that they are representing. Some of them are zone towns and some of them are opted out towns. And I think that some of the things that you've presented are good starts, but I'm not going to get involved there because the next one on the list is our attorney and I'm going to let him discuss it for us. Okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you. And you are next, Mr. Hellquist.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your time at the public hearing today. My name is Anders Hellquist. I'm an attorney with the Weld Riley Law Firm. And our office represents the towns of Garfield, Apple River, Clam Falls, Georgetown, St. Croix Falls, Farmington, and Lorraine. Those are a mix of towns that do have their own general zoning code. There are also towns that have opted out of the county's general zoning code. And you received our February 27th letter, and I trust you read it, and I don't need to read it verbatim for you folks today, but we reemphasize again what we did in that letter, and that's to request that the county not enact the shoreland proposed draft as it currently is. It imposes general zoning code requirements on both our zoned towns and those towns that have opted out of county zoning. It's general zoning, and our towns have exercised their rights to not be under county general zoning. And those, that legal right, that statutory right, we request be respected. And so we can pursue this amicably and not have to go towards the next step. Again, the legislature has clearly authorized towns to opt into zoning, general zoning, to opt out of general zoning, to go along with the county's general zoning. And again, here our clients have use their express statutory rights, not go along with the county's general zoning code. But the Shoreland Protection Code tries to impose improperly that general zoning code on our clients. It improperly overrules the town's statutory rights, as the Wisconsin Towns Association also provided notice to you in that letter yesterday. But they recognize that this ordinance is improper. So we request removal of these general code provisions as applied to our clients, and respectfully request that really the simplest option is to adopt the DNR's model shoreland zoning ordinance that they provide for all counties, and that complies with 59.692 and that complies with NR 115. So thank you very much for your time and consideration. And we request that you don't impose these general zoning requirements on our clients.
Thank you. We have Tony Johnson. No comment.
No comment at this time.
Okay, I see the notes now. Now, these other people, they don't have any comments at this time. We'll jump down to Laura Gates.
I'm gonna defer to Karen. Do you want to go first? Sure.
So who are you now?
I'm Karen Pancake at the bottom.
So we're jumping around, okay. You're the
You want me
one.
to wait till the end, that's fine.
No, go ahead then. So you're not gonna speak at all then?
I may later if that's okay.
Well, that's why we did the list, to kind of keep it going.
I can ask for now then.
Okay, we can come back to you whenever.
Okay.
We're trying to some order here.
Hi.
What's your name, notes for the recording?
Yeah, hi, I'm Karen Pancake. I'm an owner on Big Blake Lake in Polk County. I'm a short-term rental owner and I personally own myself there. And what I'd like to request today, and I'm not sure what the formal process is for this, but there have been some changes with what's being discussed here and with timelines for short-term rental licenses as far as timeframes with 180 days. And I'm wondering what the process is to request another hearing for that, if there's a public hearing that could be set for that we could be discussing those things as it applies to today.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, Joe Hines. No, okay, all right. John, or no, I got John Hall.
Good morning, John Hall, with Balsam Lake Prolon, here in Balsam Lake. I just want to touch on a couple things. First of all, thank you for going over my letters the past couple months. I was out of the area for a couple months, and the only way to communicate was via the notes and the emails. So I appreciate your time on that and looking into it. And I do see that there has been a couple of changes and amendments made that I had requested. So I appreciate your input on that. I just want to touch on a couple of things that I'm still unclear on and think that we need more time on. Number one, although we added an apron to the front of the boathouse area, I still think there's a loophole there if there's a service door in the side of the boathouse. The 2-foot apron in the front is fine, but my suggestion is that if you're going to be allowed to have a service door on the side to be able to enter that boathouse, that there should be a landing of approximately 4 by 6, 24 square feet is what I'm putting, which would be the 2-foot apron, a 1-foot wall, and a 3-foot door, which is a cumulative of 6 feet by about 4 feet. Suggestion on that. We have a lot of them that have service doors, and whether you want to consider that to be part of the landings that are part of the steps or whatever, but I still think that's kind of a gray area. I'm glad we got the apron cleared up, but I think there's room to expand on that. The other larger problem that I'm still struggling with trying to figure out is this lack of a definition of retaining wall. I see that now in the boathouse language that there is the opportunity to get a variance for a retaining wall, but we still don't say what a retaining wall is or what it is not. And a lot of this stems back to, we had a definition for retaining wall in the old language, and then we picked that apart and took out the one rock high that we had in there and some of the other language that I guess was deemed inappropriate or whatever by the DNR, but we're not saying what this structure, accessory structure is or is not. And I just, who's going to decide that? Is it current zoning? Is it the next administration? Is it the landscaper? You know, I think there's too much of a gray area there. And also on a possibly, I'd mentioned this last year, I think, when we were talking about this, but an alternate definition. Right now, the NR 118 Lower St. Croix National Riverway documents, they have a term in there that is called structural erosion control measures. And that basically reads that it means a retaining wall or other man-made structure whose primary function is to control erosion. And, you know, my language added to that, I mean, similar to a walkout basement in a home, there are many times when permittable structure or accessory structure may in fact require a retaining wall or something to control erosion. Those side service doors we talked about earlier, it's another good example. It's very hard to put a side service door into a structure that's built into a hillside without having some type of means to control the grade around it. So I also think that the other allowable structures, accessory structures like steps, landings, and even a walkout house, that this definition could fit into there too, and be a means to be able to properly watertight these buildings and structures so that we don't have issues. And I think it's to be clear that I'm not talking about putting a 3-foot high wall across your entire shoreline to terrace it, but we need some type of mitigation, or again, like the Lower St. Croix uses, a structural erosion control. I think there should be some kind of definition on that. And lastly, just to sum up, time, I know we've been working on this for too long, probably, and I know everybody wants it to be done, but I just think it's time that, I don't think it's there yet. I think we've made progress, but let's say, let's not rush it, and also time to implement it. Once this actually does go, I think as contractors, we're going to need time. Myself, Nelson Construction, I know a lot of us, we're sold through most of this year. I'm booked till September. And if all of a sudden my sold work that I spent all winter designing, planning on today's current zoning is going to change, you know, we need to have a hard timeline on when that's going to go into effect so that we can plan. Because like I said, we're already, this year is done. And we're basing it on what current laws are, not what they might be or what they could have been or whatever. So that would be my last request, I guess. But thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brad Olson.
Brad Olson, Clam Falls. Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. I almost need a bigger podium for all my paperwork here, but we're gonna run through this as fast as we can by starting with definitions, I guess. So as Mr. Hall spoke previously, there's a lot of things that aren't defined, but once you start looking at definitions in 42.212, vegetative buffer and buffer zone are not defined, but it says you need them. The second one, accessory structures, retaining wall is named in the definitions, but again, there's no definition of that retaining wall. Number 8, bottom, bunkhouses, means residential accessory structure or part of, but at the end of the day, as for sleeping quarters only, no cooking or food preparation facilities. Does that mean a microwave, a popcorn popper? What is food preparation and what is cooking? Is an air fryer cooking? I mean, are all of these things not allowed in a bunkhouse? I think that needs clarity as to what you can do. If you can't say that you can't make food, I guess I'm asking what is zoning's definition of food and how it's being prepared? Page 4, definitions, 29, feedlot. I guess I'm questioning the fact, are my 22 chickens, are they considered a feedlot? If they're in a chicken coop, grass can't grow in the area, is that a feedlot? When I read the definition, it is a feedlot. I don't really think as a county, we want to go to the point of saying a handful of chickens in the backyard, 6 chickens along the lake in a chicken coop where grass can't grow. I believe the definition says that that is a feedlot. I don't think that's where we want to be. Page 5, number 38. Home businesses, no more than 50% of a Florida dwelling shall be devoted to offices. And yet we can have 2 outside non-family employees in that business. I don't know of a lot of houses that are probably big enough to have a business on only 1 floor and yet have 2 outside family employees employed at that business. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at. Page 6, landscaping means the removal or alteration of topsoil. So does that mean that when I'm disking or working my field within an area, or if I'm growing a garden, does this mean that I need a landscaping permit? I would certainly hope not. Those are things that agriculture people and people on the lake growing a garden do all the time. Again, nothing is exempted from saying it, that once topsoil is moved, I need a landscaping permit. Page 7, number 61. Non-farm resident means a single family or multifamily residence other than a farm residence. Well, I hate to think that we're going down that road. I mean, if you don't live on a farm, it's probably Mr. O'Connell living in town probably lives in a non-farm residence. I'm not really sure that we need to define what a non-farm residence is. It's a residence, pure and simple, if it's not on a farm. Page 10, 42-213, general provisions. C3, this ordinance is not intended to repeal, abrogate, or impair any existing deed restrictions, covenants, or easements. However, where this ordinance imposes greater restrictions, the provisions of this ordinance shall prevail. Again, just a question, whatever I have, is it non-conforming? Is it now illegal because we changed the rules after the fact that the county zoning or land and water allowed me to do it? Because we put this one in, it's more restrictive. Does that mean that I can no longer, have what it is that I have today? Good thing I got them wrote down. Page 29. Classifications of waters, classes 1, 2, and 3. Set up pretty much by population incorporated. My question is, a number of years ago in Supervisor Rowdy's district and close to him, we moved Ward Lake, I believe, from a class 2 lake to a class 1 lake. I believe at the time, if memory serves me right, it had 1 open lot on it. It says that a class 2 lake is moderately developed. I'm not sure that if we're down to 1 lot on a lake of any size, why we would be considering it to be moderately developed. I would think regardless of the size, that would be a pretty heavily developed lake. Page 31, H, 2D, vegetative buffers. I find it odd that we say what a vegetative buffer is in a planned unit development, but we don't have it in our definitions earlier in the ordinance. Page 33. Number 9. Boathouses that have a gable roof pitch no steeper than 8 to 12 rise. Well, we cannot have a deck to sit on that. Again, what if my boathouse has a 1% pitch? And I'm not really sure it's our job as the county zoning or county board of supervisors to decide what roof that I can or cannot sit on. I'm not going to go out and sit on the roof of my house that has an 8-12 pitch. But if I have a 1-12 pitch, county is now telling me that I can't sit on it. that I can't have a deck on it. I'm really not sure it's the county's job to tell me where I can or cannot sit. Page 35. Setbacks for town roads that was discussed earlier. Just very surprised that a month ago, as the town of Clam Falls, we didn't seem to think that I had the authority to do that. Today, because the board said a month ago that I do have that authority, I do, and yet today I find out that it was only guidance from the DNR. It was not a rule. So the fact that it was guidance, the committee can change. How much of this ordinance that the DNR says that we have to do is actually statutory, or is it guidance from the DNR? And if it's guidance from the DNR, we have learned today that this committee can change that guidance. And I think before this ever comes to the county board or goes to the DNR, we need to make sure the changes that we have made in it are actually statutorily changes and not guidance from somebody at the DNR who says, I would like to see this in your ordinance. If we're going by guidance from the DNR, let's just go by our guidance. We've done it for a long time at Polk County and this committee. Let's not use guidance from the DNR. Let's use statutory rules from the DNR to see where we're headed. The following one, number 5, setback from a private road should be 35 feet from the center line of the road. Again, just like I don't need the county to tell me the setback on my town road. If I live on a private road, that may be an easement more than a road. Why is the county telling me I have to be 35 feet back? It's a private road. And page 48. Campsites, if there's in a residential area, campsites may not be located within 100 feet of a barn, enclosure housing an animal, petting zoo, or other sources of odor and flies. So just a question, does that mean a dog, a cat, any animal? It does not tell me what kind of an animal that I can't have within 100 feet of the campsite. It simply says an animal. And if we're trying to control odor and flies, I guess that means that no animals would be allowed, along with a lot of other things. So the fact that we cannot define retaining walls, vegetative buffers, or shoreline vegetative buffer seems to be an issue, that we just can't figure out what that says. So I'll leave this with the clerk, Mr. Chair. It is DNR resources telling what all of those mean, say, possible things. I think the fact that we are not defining retaining walls, vegetative buffers, I don't want any staff member in any county in the state of Wisconsin deciding what those are. I want those to be written down. I want them to be decided by this committee. I want them to be decided by the county board, and mainly for the landowners and the landscapers around the county. I want them to know what it is, not a shot in the dark. Am I going to get this one? Am I not going to get this one? So it seems to me as though, having sat on this committee for 8 years up until a couple of years ago, we're headed back to where we were many years ago. Or if you want to do anything as a landowner in this county, you need to go get a variance or something from the Board of Adjustments from 5 unelected officials around the state, around the county that are appointed. We got away from that for a number of years. And it's very disappointing to me to see that we seem to be headed back to a heavy-handed form of government where you need a permit to do anything and everything. So in closing, I would ask this committee to not send this to the county board next week. As you can see, the number of people in this room tells you that there's a lot of concern about what this is. And so I would take some more time, look at it. I think there's a lot of changes that needed to be. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you.
Thank you. Chris Helson. What's that? Chris Nelson. You didn't,
He's here.
is he?
Trust me, I don't want to keep doing this, Kim, so if
I-
I'd like this to be the last reading.
You just didn't write your name very well. Go ahead.
So, sorry, Doug, you got a pretty thick folder. But I think what I did this time, Sarah, is you wanted the documents for like my exhibits.
You
So-
can turn them into me if you want.
I could do them now too, if you wanted to write notes on them as I do that. Let's see here.
That an exhibit too, Shabana? Yes, I'll have
Do
to.
you want me to make copies?
I can just add it to the file. Doesn't matter.
Do we know what number we're at?
Yeah, that'll be exhibit number 13.
Keep it numbered as they, when the clerk gets it.
I'll grab it instead of it. There's, I don't.
I think this is, sorry.
One exhibit 13 from Bradley.
Should be mine.
So this is one exhibit from Brad Olson. Is this one exhibit from you? then?
So I have 4 exhibits in my
Okay,
packet.
okay.
Do that.
Exhibit them all separate or just have his whole packet be one exhibit?
I think it's the last packet we did is one.
Yeah.
All right, so Chris Nelson, exhibit
So-
14.
But and it's
So I gave
it's
you,
4
did I
documents.
give you 1 and 2? Did I give you? There's
Yes.
3, 4. There's 3. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, this isn't a big enough table, Chair. Okay, so this is 3.
Okay, I have one.
So you got 1, 2, 3, and then I have 4.
So you have 4 documents
I
in
believe,
your exhibit.
I believe so. Yeah, there's 4.
Okay, thank you.
That'll be a little easier to follow. And I'll skip across some of this because it got talked about by a couple guys already, so I don't think I need to, I agree with a couple of the other comments. Yeah, and it's come a long ways, so I just say that. It read a lot better. I finally was able to really read front to back. You know, I read every word. You know, and I've been involved in zoning stuff for my entire career. So I'm gonna go to 1, where am I 1 at now? There's 2, it's 3, it's 4. Did I give you 2 1s? Possibly.
Looks like I only have one.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, flip on it. Okay. So my exhibit 1 was, in my packet, was also the same exhibit I did last month, where I'm not just coming up with hypotheticals. I actually gave you guys a land use permit and all that, and Logan responded. So I'm calling that the same exhibit. I included Logan's letter in there. Whether, you know, you guys will read it and, you know, look at it. And what this was about was, on my own property. This was not a separate job site. It was a permit that my wife and I were pulling. To do a boathouse, small bunkhouse, walkway, stairs, landscaping, mitigation, erosion control. And it actually ended up going to the Board of Adjustments for administrator appeal, which we won that. And finally got our permits on it. And Logan explained some of the things, and that's kind of my question on these documents, but I'd like you guys to review them in detail. But, you know, my question was, okay, we got a permit in 2025. What in this new draft is going to affect if I came in tomorrow? Kind of like John says, I'm going to come in tomorrow and I'm going to say, can I get this permit? And, you know, a couple things in Logan's response was, you know, basically, yes, the letter's in there. And basically said, yes, you know, things could be permitted on this one again. Some things that he noticed that were missed was there wasn't a fee paid for, he called a retaining wall in his letter. Well, there's nothing on my application that says there's a retaining wall on my permit. My application has a drawing on it. It showed stairs going up on top of the boathouse, a couple steps to get up because it's about this high out of the ground. It showed a walkway going down around the boathouse, a walkway or an apron in front of the boathouse, and then to a pier that runs out into a pond. And then it had in the ground, the ground's full of big trap rock. It sticks out of the ground. You know, some of us knows we have trap rock on our property, so we know what that looks like. And so this particular site, we actually had to have a DNR guy come out and evaluate where the wetland delineation was. So we went through that with DNR. We had 2 county staff out there. We looked at it all. Everything was fine. The high ground was there. The maps used, and I'll reference that later in some explanation because it talks about using county maps. And I get it's the only maps we got to use. They didn't develop them, but they're not accurate, right? So that's why we had to have them come out, and there was plenty of high ground. It wasn't wet. There was no water there to get to my spots. So we got through all that. And now Logan's basically saying, you know, so I didn't get all my questions answered. I guess that's the main thing, because these rocks I was putting in, I think that was kind of my big question is, yeah, you got to walk from the back of your boathouse. You got to get down to the water. I got to get to my dock. I got to get to my side door. And this thing's just tucked into the hill a little ways, and there's slope there. I said I was just going to take some of the rocks that were on the property. And as I dug the boathouse, I was just going to kind of move them up against there to kind of create kind of a mitigation or erosion control thing. I wasn't clearing the land. I wasn't building a retaining wall, you know, and, you know, stepping it up the hill. And we do those. You can go in the village of Balsam Lake right now, right behind this building. We have a hill, a slope over there. The hill is probably, well, the house is 75 feet back. And I bet you it goes from 5 feet back from the water up 30 feet until the house. Well, to get down to that boathouse and out the village, we had to dig all the way down there. There's 3-foot retaining walls going all the way up the hillside. No big deal. Yeah, you can do it. Not a question asked. That's terracing. It goes almost from one side of the property line to the other. The neighbor has it in wood. The other neighbor has it in wood. And, you know, they're rotten, and this landscaper did it in natural kind of rock. But it's terrace. It's built, they're this high, they go flat, they build another one, they go flat, they build another one, they go flat. Mine is not a boulder wall. It is not a retaining wall. Mine's like 3 rocks that just peel down to nothing. So again, it's that language. I call them mitigation walls or erosion control landscaping. Logan references them as retaining walls. Nothing in my documents that said anything about a retaining wall. So that's that definition thing again, that I think needs to be worked on. Exhibit 2 was also from last month, and that was the Nuremberg Boathouse. That's our company that I work for now. I'm technically an employee or a consultant. I can't say I'm the owner anymore. But that had a boathouse, stairs, landing, apron. That one also, we pulled a permit, and on the permit originally, it had a landing in front of it. For 30 years, we've been putting landings, as far as I've been working, 35 years almost in Polk County, we've never not put a landing in front of a door on a boathouse. Where they always documented, no, it was just kind of one of them things that just got done. And it was gray, so I totally am fine with defining it, coming up with something. This one has pictures of a boathouse again. Originally, we were given the building permit, but we weren't given a permit for doing the landing or the apron. Denied. So that owner filed an administrator appeal on the decision by the zoning administrator. And he hired legal consultant or an attorney, and they filed the administrator appeal, and that one all of a sudden got worked out. you know, Joe Leoso got involved. I believe it was that Joe. I don't, maybe it was this Joe. But Joe, legal counsel, got involved, and the attorney that was representing this client got involved. And they did a little hand chicken scratch and said, hey, you know what? What I read between lines is we don't need to go to we don't need to do administrative appeal. I think everyone's pretty confident that we were gonna prevail in it because there's nothing telling the administrator he could not do it. So they came up with some kind of language that said, well, as long as it's making direct access to the lake, we're gonna let it slide. So basically the same thing we had on there before. Originally, we did it. And it just cost, it cost the owner about $3,000 to have an attorney get involved to try to get a permit. And it slowed the job down by 90 days, 60 days. And that's the challenges we have without having really good defined definitions. Because you're leaving up that interpretation, because the interpretation of the last zoning administrator and the last director that ran that department had a totally different interpretation of the exact same rules that we've been working on. They've been hashed over for years. This committee's done rewrites, changes, all with legal counsel in the room. You guys don't do anything without legal counsel saying, good to go. You know, they weren't major rewrites. They were amendments. They were small changes. And they were always said, oh yeah, you can make that change. And now all of a sudden, this is what's happening to us. And the county administrator, remember in the early stages when I first started talking to him about the inconsistencies with the, you know, definitions or the interpretation of what this means, you know, he said, well, I just want it to be consistent. It's been consistently inconsistent. That's been the challenges. So I think working on these definitions is a high priority. So that's number two. Number three, it's kind of interesting this happened. Again, it's to me again. And people ask me, are you taking this personal? Because it seems like no matter what I do, you know, you get a shin kicked. And I said, I don't think it is, because I get calls from all kinds of people around this county that ask me, hey, why is this like this now? Or why is this, you know, and I'm not on the county board anymore. And, you know, but people track me down because they know I understand what's going on. This is on my own property again, last fall, and I think it's very appropriate that I bring it up because it's language in the ordinance. As you know, I told you I'm selling my business and my kids. So one of the pieces of property I have next to my house is where I originally started my business. It's got some pole sheds on it. That's all it was. It was a condominium pole shed development, 3 pole sheds. And I'm selling it to my kids. So I came in and I'm gonna have to build another shed. So I have a 40, I had and another 10 that was, and my pond kind of broke the 2 parcels up. So I actually have to go out on the road and go up around the pond to get to the other piece. So I went in for a subdivision. So first thing I did, talked to a surveyor, and they said, well, go talk to the county surveyor before you start with me. So I went down and talked to the county surveyor, Ed, and said, here's what I want to do. I'd like to make this one on this 10-acre piece, and that's what's in this packet. I want to make this 10-acre piece where I have my pole sheds now at 1.5 acres. I want to make that a 3-acre lot to make it better for the kids someday. And then I want to create a little outlot so I could build a pole shed on it for storage for me. So, you know, it doesn't, I'm losing what I'm going to have someday. Someday they're going to tell me I can't use it. Right now I'm okay, but I know what the day's coming. And so I talked to Ed downstairs, and he says, well, yeah, I don't have a problem with an outlot because it's only about 1/2 acre. I'm just rounding numbers off. But I would definitely talk to your township first. Okay, no problem. I'll go get on their agenda. That's Milltown Township. So I went there. Took a few months. There was some things going on with the board at the time. And so we didn't rush through it. We had a meeting I had to miss, another township miss. I think it went 3 or 4 months with a couple meetings. We had 2 main meetings. And I talked to them about the project, right? And about making these lots. And they're like, yep. And we talked about the small lot, the outlot. That was kind of the bigger topic because they wanted to know why I was trying to make it only a half-acre lot. And it's because I wanted to protect where I live. And there's a wetland down there that I didn't really want to sell a larger lot to this guy if I ever sell, because this other lot is me and a buddy are the ones that use my pole sheds where my kids are. So there's going to be a partner of mine in this new pole shed that I'm building. And I said, someday, I'm probably not going to own that. And I don't want him to have a bigger lot and to cut all the trees down, have storage out there. I don't want a house built in there. So an outlot was really a protection measure to keep the street rural looking. And we actually agreed at the township level to have conditions on it. And it was, but my request too was they have a 35-foot buffer along the road, so you couldn't see it. No outside vehicle storage, no sewer, no future development. It was just for a pole shed. That's it. Township then also said, well, on the bigger lot where you have, originally it was a condominium plat that we took out of a condominium when I decided to own it all. That's the 3 pole sheds up on top. Township requested, well, we would like to see that be an outlot too. And I'm like, I'm fine with that. I don't want a house built in there either, because now I'm gonna lose control of the property. Who knows what happens with it? Don't need a pole shed being turned into a dwelling someday. So the township, that was their request, is that we'd also make that an outlot. Well, so, okay, I'm fine. Township had the minutes signed off on their paperwork. I gave that to the surveyor, Yunker. Josh went out, staked it all out based off of the township's decision. County surveyor, we turn it all in. Surveyor basically said, yep, fine with it. We get a call or an email from the zoning department that says, well, can't do this. And this is where that whole thing with, they say, well, just trust the process, trust the interpretation. If it's a little gray, we can kind of work with you guys on it. That's what was talked last month. And I talked to the township guys out there and I said, I'm worried about that, leaving things up to interpretation. So the reason I'm being denied and county zoning does not want to follow the town's recommendation was because there's a comment in there about open space. And Logan's letter, you'll see it. He says, well, the way it's my job there, because I said, well, what's the definition? I mean, how can you say I can't do an outlot? That's what the township said they were okay with. That's what we're all okay with. Well, because, and he used the scenario, this is how I interpret this. The open space rule is that if you were going to turn that half acre into a garden, I would allow you to build a certain size garden shed because that's the open space. So, I talked to a few guys and I'm like, well, what does that mean, right? Why are we allowing the county zoning administrator to make a determination on what he thinks is the right size shed on my property? I meet all the setbacks. I meet the road setbacks. I did everything the township wanted me to do for this lot. And now the county zoning administrator says, oh no. And we built sheds there's one right around the corner on Half Moon Lake that I helped a guy do 5 years ago, who built that pole shed on an outlot. No problems there. But now all of a sudden, now we got a new zoning administrator. Now we got a problem with it. And my legal counsel says, oh, we can certainly appeal this. This is an administrator appeal again, because the zoning administrator does not, when you go through that process and you have to actually go in front of the courts, if that's where it comes down to, my attorney said he's making it up. It's just, how can a zoning administrator decide what size garden shed you need for your size of a garden? So I didn't resolve it yet. Logan sent a nice letter. He answered all my questions. But I felt like that's something that has to be discussed in front of you guys, so you really know what happens out in our world. You know, and that these words are really important. So I suggest even on that language in this one, that you just add township, make the township approve it. The township guys drive the roads, they live there, they know what we're trying to do to the street. They know what we're trying to do. And if we had to follow the county zoning administrator's decision, I don't know that I'd want to do this because I don't want to give a guy an opportunity to build a house in there someday. So it's just a one word or two words in there to give the zoning administrator the comfort that it's not hanging on his shoulders, because they always say they want to have this legal, defensible ordinance. Well, don't put him in the position that he has to make these kind of decisions. Let the township make it. They already did make it. A simple added sentence in that definition, I think would solve the problem, because I think we want our townships to make some of these decisions. That's my exhibit 3. And exhibit 4 is this whole book, right? So I went through it all, and I don't think I should really go through line by line, but I redlined them all. I went through, there's 20, 30 pages. I think one of the big takeaways in this that I'd like to just at least talk about is the definitions. There's places in this book where you go to a definition of a structure or something, and I got them marked in here, but it'll have accessory structure. Well, you go back and look in the definition, it says what an accessory structure is. It says a patio. There's no definition for a patio, maybe. It talks about a retaining wall. No definition for a retaining wall. Then other places it talks about principal structure. And then it talks about a main structure or a dwelling. And again, I think if you're going to put them all in there, let's just work through the definition so we know what a stairs really is, what a walkway is, what a patio is. What are these definitions? So we're not, you know, that's probably the biggest thing is definitions. The one other thing I did is I did mark up in this on that diagram that you guys have for setback averaging. I remember Pam asked for that being put in the book. I do have a question on there, the setback averaging diagram that on a setback averaging, if the main dwelling, if the whole dwelling and everything meets the setback average, so we have the 40, we have the 60, you have the diagram of 50. If that cabin right now, everything sits at 51 feet, I think there should be another diagram there, whether it's allowed or not allowed, but I think we should try to get it allowed and see if the DNR pushes back on it. That on that existing dwelling, they can still use setback averaging to add on to the house, because currently it looks like I can use setback averages if I tear that cabin down. If it's 1,000 square feet and I want to add 500 square feet, we were told in the field that you cannot use setback averaging to do an addition, right? But if the cabin is meeting the setback averaging, why would I have to tear the cabin down to build a new house there? So I'm asking for you guys to maybe clarify that and to add to that deal. And then the steps. One of the things that's also I supplied in this is this cookout from the DNR and the model ordinance, which I heard talked about. It's so simple. The model ordinance under dry boathouses. I am going to read this. Boathouse is located entirely above the ordinary high water mark, entirely within the access and the viewing corridor, that do not contain plumbing and do not used for human habitation. The roof of a boathouse may be used as a deck provided that the boathouse has a flat roof. It's a little bit about Supervisor Olson brought up. The roof has no sidewalls or screens. The roof may have a railing that meets the Department of Safety and Professional Service standards. So that means your uniform dwelling code, right? So they saying if you have a boathouse and you're going to put a deck on there, I guarantee you there's not a boathouse that's this high off the ground everywhere. Boathouses usually on the front are 8, 10, 12 feet, and on the back, they're usually, 0 to 3 or 4 feet out of the ground. There's some that are on flat ground. You don't build many of those. But, so you have to put railing around them, right? And you have to get onto them and get off of them. Well, Uniform Dwelling Code says that if you have more than a 24-inch step, a drop of anywhere, that you need to have steps. You can't step 24 inches. And you have to have handrail at those locations. I got to put handrail to get off of a boathouse, right? And they say you can do handrail. So for my handrail to meet Uniform Dwelling Code standards and to get on and off that boathouse, I can't just stop the handrail this wide on the back of a boathouse and put a ladder up there, right? I got to have steps. Or the way the ordinance is written now, we're going to have to get creative with our dirt guys or with our landscapers. I'm going to have to bring a truckload of dirt in, back them up to the back of the boathouse, and dump a truckload of dirt and put a mound there. You can walk up a mound of dirt to get on top of your boathouse. And so it has to be addressed, because I've heard that you don't hear the whole details, right? But I can tell where we're going, that, because I've heard it here earlier last year that, oh yeah, you can't even put, one of the presentations when the administrator took pictures in Little Balsam and said all those boathouses, remember you walked last winter, well, all those boathouses, I think out of 5 of them he showed, 4 of them we built. So you do feel a little targeted that someone's walking around taking pictures of your boathouses and then saying they're illegal when they are all permitted through Polk County zoning. And they all had steps on them. You have to get to them. You have to get off of them, and you have to meet the Uniform Dwelling Code. So I think there's no reason that you can't have them. It doesn't say you can't. And then the note that goes with some of this stuff that we pulled out here, a county may create requirements for the construction of a new boathouses provided they do not effectively prohibit the exemption in 7.5, which is exempt structures. So I've even heard context. Now you guys have kind of put the whole boathouse issue to bed from last year, but I still hear comments by the administrator when he gets up here and articulates boathouses that, well, maybe if the lot's too steep, you can't do a boathouse there. Or if you need steps to get up on them, yeah, then you can't do them. Well, the DNR says you cannot create requirements that would effectively prohibit a boathouse. Now, I go out to job sites and it's very steep. We say, I'm not working on that hill. I'm not going to go. There's jobs that are too dangerous to do. But the DNR does not recognize that. So I think I just want to make sure you guys are all clear. This is right out of the DNR's, and I put it in your packet. But you can't do things to tell people they can't do them. Zoning can't. So we have to figure out a way to do them the right way. And I think this idea that we can write zoning to kind of maybe like make people feel like it's too hard to do or they're not going to do it. What it's going to force people to do is do things that I think are actually going to have the absolute opposite effect that they want. Because right now we can leave the trees around the boathouse as close as we can. We can get creative with our stairways and go to the side. Well, now they don't want us to turn. Well, nowhere in our 15 says you can't turn a landing. That's not, and I didn't ever heard you guys say that was a concern. I heard it came from, staff. This is staff things. We get creative with making these stairways look natural. I don't, but the landscapers do. And now what they're going to force us to do is, well, okay, excavator, cut this whole hill out here, flatten this hill, because you can't put a couple rocks on the high side of steps, when it's sloped, I'm going to have to carve out part of that hill now to make steps. I'm going to have to put a big pile of dirt behind boathouses. It's going to look so unnatural. And people are going to do it because it's going to be the only way we can get through this without going to a variance. So I think there's a lot in this still that needs to be fleshed out. And And if it doesn't get flushed out, we're gonna have more variances and we're gonna have more administrator appeals. And I can tell you, in my 35 years, I mean, maybe there's been some administrator appeals that were for some of the mining stuff. But I can remember 25 years ago, we had an administrator appeal with Gary Spinell and we lost it. I know of 3 this last year and a half under this current new administration, and the county's lost them all. So that's what we're going to. I agree with Supervisor Olson that this committee has worked on not just making everyone willy-nilly go to get a variance. And if we don't get this definition stuff defined, there's going to be litigation all year long on every project because you're going to do administrator appeals. I refuse to do variances unless it's truly a hardship case. But when you have administrators deciding what size of garden shed you can have, or this open space thing, or to go against county township zoning, I got a little more time now than I used to, and that is my job at the company, is to watch this. We work in Hayward, we work we work in about 5 counties. And I got to tell you, this county is the hardest one to understand what we can do tomorrow. And I know a couple sewer contractors, there's one in the room right now. And if he had to every day, when you got ready to go bid a job and to decide what kind of sewer to put in, that you had to come up here and talk to someone about what you were going to do. And I'm licensed too. I'm still the license holder for our company. The fact that I don't know what I can do tomorrow, that's a hard spot to put us in. And I get 10 calls a week on zoning questions on our projects. Not all in Polk County, but this is by far the hardest one to work in. And that's what's so hard to be here and to work through this last year and a half, because it hasn't been like this for a long time. So that's my chat. Thank you guys for listening to it, and we'll talk later.
All right, thank you. We have a James Lander, is that correct? Okay,
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your time. My name's Jim Ladner, and I'm the chair of the Lake District for Pipe, North Pipe Lake. And just wanted to offer some quick comments there. Sounds like there's many people here who feel that additional work is appropriate on the definitions. We're kind of taking a step back, and I think on behalf of the Lake District, we are still in the process of reviewing things, but what we've seen is an interest in the boathouses, but it seems like they're getting larger and larger. And in our experience, at least on our lakes, that we do have a number of boathouses, but only a very few of them actually house boats. Most of them house boating equipment, life jackets, paddles, occasionally some kayaks, but not, pontoons and not regular boats. And that's one thing that is sort of puzzling to us, why these boathouses are getting larger. We collect taxes, as you know, as a lake district, and also collect money from the state of Wisconsin through grants and so forth. And we spend a lot of time and effort with those investments and also volunteer help to try to improve the lakes, protect the lakes, try to rehabilitate the lakes. And with the addition of boathouses, especially ones that aren't being used for boating, but now being perhaps allowed to be, quite large, those structures which are so close to the lakes, not 75 feet back, but are right down at the water, now 7 feet it appears. We think that that's going backwards in terms of protecting the lakes and really making a problem for the investments that the lake districts, certainly ours, are making. Now, we understand that there may be a chance to go to the local township. Our township is Johnstown, but it seems like there should be some general rules across the board that will protect the lakes. The lakes are our most precious investment. We've all seen the, advertisements for MasterCard or something, and they talk about, building this or that, cost, let's say $70,000 or $20,000 or whatever it is, but it's the lakes that are priceless. And there's a lot of people in Wisconsin here that, are appropriately interested in protecting the lakes. They're sportsmen and women who like fishing. And that's one thing that we're calling out to you, just to remember, that's part of what the focus is. The DNR has allowed people to build boathouses, but I think they're also asking us all as residents and constituents and stewards of the lakes to be careful with that resource. So that's my pitch on behalf of our Lake District. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Scott Boynell, he didn't mark yes or no.
No, I'm good.
You're good? Okay. Julie from Milltown, I am. Or whatever. There, Julie.
Julie Thomas.
Julie Thomas, all right. I should have had you read this.
Prepared enough for what I want to say.
You're good, you said?
I said, I don't know if I'm prepared enough for what I want to say. I mainly want to say a complaint and how I feel.
Will it come up?
I don't have any of this.
That's okay.
It is.
You don't need anything. You don't need
I
to
don't.
submit any, like,
I don't.
no,
Okay.
no.
Okay, I'm Julie Thomas from Milltown. And I run Longview Farm Retreat. It's a short-term vacation rental. And we're also turning it into organic. So my reason I'm here is on behalf of the vacation rentals. I have a loan I have to pay on this property. And I don't think you all realize what you have done to our business. We pay real estate taxes. We pay a license for land use. We pay a fee that's gone up for the health department. We have inspections. All of this, and we're trying to make some kind of a business for those of us that have what kind of businesses are in Polk County? They basically ruined the small farms. I'm trying to take my parents' legacy of the small farm to do something with it. It makes income, it pays taxes, sales tax also on what we're doing there. But now we have all these new ordinances that if I have someone come in on Monday, they leave on Wednesday, I'm not allowed to take someone in again until Monday. And then now they've started up this business about 180 consecutive days or some craziness that we can run this business. And then what are we going to do with it? It's hurting our economy here in Polk County. It's hurting the taxes that we're paying to this county. You're not going to get taxes from us if we can't run this business. It makes 0 sense to me. That's pretty much all I have to say. It's hurting us as a business. It's hurting our economy here. It's hurting real people that I have nowhere else to go. What's a business for me? Going to the city? Working at a factory? I'm very distressed over this because it's hurting the people in Polk County.
All right, thank you. Jeremy Hall, you didn't mark yes or no. You good?
Yep.
Okay. Tom McIntyre?
Right behind you.
Okay. All right.
Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Tom McIntyre. I live in eastern Polk County. I'm in Johnstown's my township. I live on Pipe Lake. And I serve in several capacities in our township. I'm on the town board. I'm also on the Pipe Lake Rehabilitation and Protection District. My comments today, though, really reflect my involvement in the Wisconsin DNR Healthy Lakes program. The purpose of that program is to encourage shoreland owners to adopt best practices to try and improve lake water quality. It's no surprise that our lakes are under a lot of stress from impaired water quality. None of us want to see our lakes turn into what they have over in the Twin Cities, or if you've ever seen Lake Painter down by Menominee, we don't want to have that happen to Polk County lakes. There are three really significant factors that are negatively affecting water quality. It's some of the landscaping practices, the ballast enhanced boating that's now more popular, and lakeshore building activities. And I want to address the lakeshore building activities. We have very compact prone soils in our area, particularly with the glacial lakes, and they allow rapid runoff into our lakes. Our townships rely almost exclusively on property tax revenue for their activities. At least that's what Johnstown relies on. We don't have businesses in that township. The majority of the property tax is paid by the lake owners. In Johnstown, 67% of our revenue comes from Pipe Lake lake owners. Property values and therefore property tax revenue is directly correlated to lake water quality. The use of boathouses has been a historic entity in Wisconsin. While at one time they were used to store boats, that is no longer the case. The days of putting a 14-foot aluminum lund in a boathouse seems to be a thing of the past. Boathouses are now used as entertainment centers, nearshore refreshment centers, which is basically a man cave bar, and overflow sleeping quarters. Placing a life preserver over a bar stool in a boathouse hardly makes it a storage area for boats. Boats on our lakes are no longer stored in boathouses, but rather they're stored on boat lifts that dot the entire lakeshore. I believe we should have an honest discussion as to what these accessory buildings are actually being used for. I am not, and I want to stress that I'm not recommending that boathouses should be disallowed. Someday I may want one on my property. However, I believe that they should be utilized in a manner that does not harm lake water quality. With the compactable soils around our lakes, the setback reduction, and the allowance of perimeter concrete pads only encourages further unfiltered runoff into the lake. Rather than concrete pads, pervious material such as gravel infiltration beds, which is what the Healthy Lakes program is advocating through the DNR, should be used as the perimeter material around the boathouses. Similarly, increasing the size of the boathouses does not actually serve to store boats, but rather increases their use for non-storage activities. I do support a zoning modification to allow small accessory buildings to be located between the 75-foot dwelling setback and the 35-foot vegetation zone. I believe such a zoning determination would decrease the use of the immediate shoreland for accessory structures placed under the guise of boathousing. In summary, I am requesting that the proposed setback for boathouses, increased size of boathouses, and allowance of concrete aprons at boathouses.
Thank you. Go back. Laura Gates, do you want to speak now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, yes.
All right, thank you for allowing me to speak later, Chairman. I'm Laura Gates. So I am a Realtor here in Polk County. I am also a business owner. We own the brokerage and we run a vacation rental management company. Now, there's been a lot of confusion on what is going on here with this, how it can affect those of us who run short-term rental vacation properties, and why we need to stand up. Now, if the goal is to adopt and to make this align with this DNR's NR 115, or I think that's what it's called, I don't see anything in there about short-term rentals. I think that Mr. Nelson was onto something when he said, if you start putting so much in here, or, you know, whatever, it's going to do the opposite of what your goal is. You've put in a 180-day limit as a blanket statement for the whole county. Well, what is that going to do? All of the owners are going to focus on the summer months, the 180 days in the summer. Everybody's going to try to rent in the summer. Well, I think the goal was to try to cut out as many users on the lakes as possible. Concern about super users maybe is something I've heard. But now everybody's going to try to rent in the summer and nothing in the winter, cause vacancies. These owners who they want to run a business or they have family homes they want to keep, they otherwise couldn't afford. They want to be able to recoup some money, pay their bills. I don't know any property owners who are becoming rich off of these. They are meeting expenses. And so I think that it's a bad idea that it's in here. I don't think it should be in here at all. And I think there should be a real discussion with people about what are the restrictions in general. So when I've talked to people in the last week, we've only known about this being in here for a week and a half. And when I've talked to owners, they didn't know, nobody knew. They, when I called to ask the zoning department, well, if we want to write letters, where do we send them? We don't know what's going on. They told me the wrong email address and that there was no deadline. There's a 24-hour deadline. They said it wasn't posted. Well, I saw it this morning. Unfortunately, it was posted 24 hours. I had 7 letters that people wanted read on record having to do with this. Well, they, sent it to the wrong email. It went to the, within the after the deadline. And so I think there has to be an actual time and discussion of really good notice to these property owners that have permits, that have the townships that don't have these restrictions. They don't realize that this is going to be imposed on them for their businesses. So, we're wanting to have our own discussion on it. I hope that I don't know the process of trying to get our own public hearing or comment or group together to come up with actual restrictions that maybe can help. This is going to ruin tourism. These owners can't keep their properties. I have real estate clients who will not buy in Polk County. I have letters stating they will not buy in Polk County because of the restrictions. They run wonderful businesses. They bring wonderful tourism in. They operate in ways that keep the riffraff out. And it's a benefit to all of our businesses to have tourism. It's a big part of Polk County. So hopefully we can figure out how to have a conversation about it. I think this needs to be removed. The tourist rooming house has to be removed. That has nothing to do with DNR and their rules. It just shouldn't be in here. So that's what I have to say. I represent a lot of people who I've talked to people. They're confused. They haven't heard about this. They're going to have these rules imposed on them. They don't like how the zoning department treats them. It's punitive. They're being fined. They didn't know that the 180-day rule has been in place for a while. They didn't know that. They're finding out on their annual renewal notices, which not everybody gets. They didn't know that there's a 7-day minimum. And now we have to have our properties completely unlisted. We cannot market them outside of that 180 days. So I don't know how they expect us to start marketing for the first day either. So anyway, okay. Thank you. I appreciate.
Thank you.
Listening.
Gotta go start work.
Oh. Well, I think that's everybody's name that said yes, unless somebody else wants to say anything that's here.
Are you talking again?
No. No.
If somebody did send
Good
a
luck.
letter in, would that be read at this time or?
I don't know if we're gonna sit and read all these.
Oh, okay.
Because like she said, some of these did not come on time. I mean, we have to
Why
have.
don't Kim, perhaps I could just read down the exhibit lists so that we know, what.
Oh,
they-
definitely do
what's been
that.
Let's read them. So there was,
Just asking if anybody else wants to speak before we shut that part down.
exhibit 1 was a
Oh.
public comment letter from Molly and Brian Dado. Exhibit 2 is the public comment from Adam Jarko. Exhibit 3 is the public comment from Weld Riley. Exhibit 4 is the public comment from Lisa Edwards. Exhibit 5 was a public comment from Rebecca Stengel, and I apologize if I don't pronounce names correctly. Exhibit 6 was a public comment, an anonymous concerned Polk County short-term rental host. Exhibit 7 was the public comment from Sarah Anderson. Exhibit 8 is the public comment from Josiah Williams, and Exhibit 9, a public comment from another anonymous. Exhibit 10 was a public comment from Mason Gates. 11, a public comment from Sasha Stays of Wisconsin. 12, Stafford Rosenbaum, and then 13 and 14 were Mr. Olson and Mr. Nelson from the hearing. So that's the current public comments and exhibits that have been shared with the members of the committee to date.
All right. Or do you want to read a letter in specifically?
I mean, I have 7 of them. They were all.
Are they all about the same though, or what?
They were,
Is there anything different?
Yes,
Okay, but it's all the same concerns or pretty much?
essentially, yes, yeah.
Do you want to read one of them in and say it's that then or not? Or just,
I wouldn't know which one to choose. To
okay,
be honest, I could read in my husband is Nathan Gates. He has included one. They do all state the same thing, the 180 days, but then also nobody understands why this is, they don't even know or understand what's going on with it in our 115.
we have the gates,
Yeah.
we have it, okay.
should have all of them.
Have all
But I mean, if we want, okay, so we have all those, okay.
Yeah, if you have them all, I think that it'd be,
All right,
Will they be published and put online?
no, the public hearing exhibits will be in the Office and Zoning Department, and they're a matter of public record if you want to come in and see them.
Here.
so we could maybe do that or get them. Okay,
So at your last meeting, you only had a few of them and you guys read them. The
Yeah.
ones, like I get the attorneys, the legal guys, we really need to hear legal opinions.
Yeah.
From our attorneys today,
we
sorry.
only had like 2 last time, that's why we read them.
But you only have a few of them that weren't already presented. I would just ask the public would want to hear those, so we don't have to go to the office and get them. It'd only take a few minutes to read the ones that.
I'd be happy to, well, either somebody else could read it, but I'd be happy to read Sarah Anderson's. It's
Like Adam.
Are you thinking like
What
the
did
legal ones?
Mr. Jarko have to say? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But you wrote a public comment last
Yeah.
time you read it.
I'm just trying to think how many there are here.
Got a lifetime, Mr. O'Connell. Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna ask the committee, what do you think?
I think it's a lot of, it would be a lot, because most of them are 2 pages long.
I have one.
It didn't get submitted in time, all right. Well, that would take care of one of them. Is it a long one, short, what?
So it's not, we don't have it, Kim. She didn't get it submitted.
What's not submitted? Oh,
So that would be part of the public.
but you gave comment or not?
Yeah.
But you didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't read, okay. Why don't you go ahead then and do that? Why don't you read one of them in?
You don't have it to submit for an exhibit?
I can if you want me to submit.
No, but I mean, you're gonna read it, but you don't have a hard copy. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Which one?
Yeah,
So we don't have it. Okay.
so good morning and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is again Karen Hancock and I am a short-term rental owner on Big Blake Lake here in Polk County. I wanted to share a perspective that may not always be considered when discussing short-term rentals in this area. In 1989, my family purchased a small 2-season cabin on Big Blake Lake. I was in 2nd grade at the time. While many families came up only on weekends, My mom was a school nurse and had the summers off, so we spent most of our summers up here. My dad worked at the plant at the Ford Motor Company in St. Paul, and he would drive back and forth to go to work. Over time, my parents began planning for retirement. My dad always said that the lake was his happy place. Before they retired, they replaced our tiny cabin with a modest home where they could eventually live and enjoy the place that they love the most. A few years later, or a few years ago, I should say, my father's health began declining, and my parents were faced with a very difficult decision. They would need to sell the property at Big Blake Lake that had become our family's cabin for decades. My siblings both lived out of state with their own families, and so when the time came, the choice was for our family to either sell the cabin or try to keep it in the family. My dad's greatest wish was that the cabin stayed in this family. So my husband and I made the decision to purchase it. However, like many families, we simply could not afford to do that on our own. The taxes, the upkeep, the maintenance. So we asked another family that was significant in my father's life to purchase that with us. We purchased this cabin with the understanding that in order to keep it, we would need to rent it part-time. It feels a little ironic that I'm standing up here today because tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of my dad's passing, and this was his happy place. When I heard about this meeting, I felt strongly that I needed to be here to help protect something that meant so much to him and his legacy. Sometimes when people hear that people are coming from the Twin Cities and they own a short-term rental property here in Polk County, assumptions are made. But for my family, this property isn't an investment. It's not a business. It's our legacy. So I rent responsibly. My in-laws have a cabin 2 doors down, and these neighbors know me because I've been there since I was 7 years old. They're like my second family. We have very strict rules and clear expectations because that lake is my lake. I have also served on the Big Blake Lake board. I help with healthy lakes at the boat launch. This is my lake. Lake quality, shoreline, that is all very, very important to me. Most of my guests are actually families, grandparents bringing their grandkids with plastic fishing poles, trying to just see if they can see some fish. I simply wanted to share this story so that when policies are being discussed, especially with these 180-day restrictions, know that that is affecting a lot of us. It's affecting a lot of us who are just trying to keep a family legacy apart and alive and not necessarily trying to create this large business. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chairman, I would like to read them if that's okay, or as many as you'll allow me.
Yes. But I mean, if they're repetitious, I mean, if they're all pretty much the same thing,
Important, at least.
but I mean, just that we don't hear the same story 7 times, I hope. Okay, go ahead then.
Just for clarification, these are ones that we already have, correct? They're not new.
No, they are not. I do have one that isn't, that got sent in this morning. That perhaps we should read as it is so new. Let me come up, please.
How many do you have to read?
I have a total of 8 then. So I have this one that I just got this morning that was sent in to the county clerk. That was sent at 8:22 a.m. So I also have not reviewed it, but I would like to read it.
Is that from Eric Gudiner?
It is.
That's also included in my package.
Okay, great.
So that we do have it.
So we have.
We have.
You do have it. I would like to read it. There's something I did see in here that I think is very important, as far as.
That it's different than some of the
Yeah,
other ones.
named, something, I'll read it and then I will just make note of that, okay? So this is from Aaron Gutierrez. Sorry, Aaron. All right, it says, Dear Polk County Board members. Oh, Eric, I'm sorry, Eric. My wife and I own and operate 4 licensed short-term rental properties in Polk County. Our first property began operating in approximately 2015 to 2016, and our most recent property was approved in September of 2022 after going through the county's updated review process. Over the past decade, each of our properties has come online under slightly different regulatory frameworks. With each revision, the rules governing short-term rentals and shore land use have become more restrictive. As a small business owner making long-term investments in this county, the continual change in standards creates uncertainty and makes it difficult to plan responsibly for the future. In 2022, when our most recent property was reviewed, we were among the first applicants to go through the updated approval process. I was called forward during the county board meeting to answer questions and discuss our property in detail. I appreciated the opportunity to participate in that process and to address any concerns directly. During that same meeting, as conditions for approval were being discussed, the county attorney at the time advised the board that certain proposed restrictions would place the county in violation of Wisconsin state law. I mention this simply to emphasize that the importance of ensuring that any new regulations remain clearly within the authority granted by the state statute. We are not absentee operators. We are property owners who are invested in Polk County and the communities surrounding our properties. Our renters contribute to the local economy in several ways. In addition to paying property taxes and collecting and remitting room taxes, we hire local cleaners, maintenance workers, lawn care providers, and other service professionals. Our guests visit local restaurants, grocery stores, gas stations, and small businesses throughout the county. In 2025 alone, we paid well over $160,000 to local vendors for services related to operating and maintaining these properties, including cleaning, maintenance, landscaping, and other contracted services. These are dollars that go directly to local workers and businesses within the county. We have also made it a priority to maintain good relationships with our neighbors and keep open lines of communication. We understand the importance of being responsive and respectful to the surrounding communities, and we work hard to ensure our properties are well maintained and that any concerns are addressed quickly. Tourism and lake recreation have long been an important part of Polk County's economy. Responsible short-term rentals help support that broader ecosystem and local jobs and businesses. Short-term rentals are a reality in today's travel economy, and visitors seeking lake access and outdoor recreation will continue to choose destinations that welcome them. The question is not whether the activity will exist, but whether Polk County will benefit from it. Excessively restricting policies risk pushing those visitors and the dollars they spend at local businesses to neighboring counties and communities instead. My request to the board is simple. As you consider updates to the shoreline ordinance, please ensure that the regulations remain clear, predictable, and consistent with state law. Stability in the regulatory environment allows responsible operators to continue investing in Polk County while maintaining the character and quality of its lakes and neighborhoods. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully, Eric Gutierrez. Note, did mention the state law, and I know WRA is also making sure that these ordinances and restrictions align with what the state law is. And he did, and I liked that he mentioned $160,000 went into the local economy because of his short-term rental. This is an anonymous one.
We shouldn't read anonymous.
No,
We don't take anonymous.
don't take
I'm
anonymous.
sorry about that, but yeah, because that's either come up with the name or not, or whatever, yeah. Because anybody can just start sending stuff in, it'll be a mess. That's why we assume that.
I have Lisa Edwards comments here. Dear members of the Environmental Services Committee, I am writing to you today, concerned property owner and taxpayer in Polk County, formally express my strong opposition to several provisions within the proposed 2026 shoreline ordinance amendments regarding tourism, rooming houses. I am unable to attend the meeting on March 4th in person and respectfully request that this letter be read and made part of the public hearing on that date. While I understand the committee's desire to maintain the character and safety of our shorelands, certain aspects of these amendments, specifically the rental duration restrictions, will have a devastating impact on our local economy and the viability of small-scale tourism in our county. I am most specifically concerned with the proposed requirements that rental durations be limited to a maximum of 180 days per year and a minimum rental period of 7 consecutive days. This one-size-fits-all mandate ignores the reality of modern tourism and the specific ways visitors enjoy Polk County. I urge you to reconsider these points for the following reasons. 1, the 7-day minimum effectively bans weekend tourism. Polk County is a premier destination for weekend warriors from the Twin Cities and beyond. Many of our guests seek 2 to 3 night stays to enjoy our lakes, trails, and local hospitality. By forcing a 7-day minimum, the county is effectively telling these visitors they are no longer welcome. Most working families cannot commit to a full week for every getaway. Consequently, they will simply take their tourism dollars to neighboring counties that offer more flexible accommodations. 2, 180-day limits stifle our year-round appeal. Polk County is not just a summer destination. We take pride in being a 4-season community welcoming visitors for fall color tours, winter ice fishing and snowmobiling, and spring hiking. Capping rentals at 180 days forces properties to sit vacant for half the year, discouraging the very year-round tourism that helps our local businesses stay solvent during the traditional off-season. The economic harm to local businesses. Number 3, when a rental property is vacant because of arbitrary duration limit, the entire community loses. Short-term guests are frequent patrons of our local restaurants, bait shops, gas stations, and boutique retail stores. A reduction in guest turnover and the elimination of weekend stays will lead to a direct and measurable decrease in local tax revenue and a local and loss of income for the small business owners who are the backbone of Polk County. 4, burden on property owners. The proposed amendments already include rigorous requirements for land use permits, annual renewals, professional surveys, and inspections. To layer these expenses on top of a restriction that severely limits a property's ability to generate revenue is unreasonable. Property owners rely on these rentals to cover the rising property taxes and maintenance costs, funds that are often reinvested back into local economy through the hiring and local contractors and cleaners. I asked the committee to strike the 100-day maximum and the 7-day minimum requirements from the proposed ordinance. Instead, I encourage the county to focus on enforcing existing noise and nuisance ordinances, which address the root of community concerns without dismantling the local tourism industry. Thank you for your time and for your service to Polk County. I hope to see a revised proposal that supports both our residents and our vital tourism economy. Sincerely, Lisa Edwards, Polk County property owner. Josiah Williams. Thank you for your consideration to this matter. I would like to have this read on the record. I would like to express my concern with how the county has handled the regulation of short-term rental property. While I believe the regulations are needed to ensure health, safety, and a good experience to those who visit our county, my concern is how the 100 consecutive days with 7-day minimum was imposed and its purpose. I called the county when this first came up to express my concern and wanted to know how to voice concern. I was led to believe the issue was not moving forward. Then a couple weeks later, I was informed it passed. When I called back expressing concern that this was snuck through, I was dismissed, saying it was already in place, so there was nothing I could do. This alone is reason for a lack of trust on the county. Myself personally, I have had other dismissing and disrespectful interactions with the Polk County Housing Authority in the past. These kinds of interactions erode public trust. The reason for gutting the ability to have viable short-term rentals seems to be unclear. The tourist revenue it would bring to the area seems like a clear win-win for communities. Short-term rentals increase potential property buyers, and often they invest in property updates that increase property values. It seems foolish to restrict these out of business. It's equivalent to trying to stop Uber because you like your own car and taxis. Lack of a clear why causes speculation. For example, those in power must have neighboring properties and will harm county tourism revenue and property values for their preference of not having a short-term rentals as a neighbor. I ask that these unnecessary regulations be removed and urge the county to seek stakeholders' insight as well as transparency regarding future actions. Respectfully, Josiah Williams, Dr. Cumbacker's historic home. It's Osceola. This one. This is a very concerned Polk County short-term rental host.
Anonymous.
The name,
It's anonymous.
anonymous? No,
We have it in here.
we have it in here. Yeah.
This is Rebecca Stengel.
Okay.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Stengel. I have written today for Laura Gates to represent me to speak about the recent proposed and implemented tourist rooming house restrictions in Polk County, Wisconsin, and the significant impact they have had on families like mine. My husband passed away 8.5 years ago. Our cabin on Balsam Lake has been in our family for more than 50 years. After his passing, I was faced with a very real possibility of losing it. The only reason I was able to keep this cabin in our family was by renting it short-term rental through platforms like VRBO. To be clear, we are not making money on this property. The rental income covers the mortgage, property taxes, insurance, utilities, and ongoing maintenance. It allows us to preserve a generational family property, nothing more. Without the ability to rent it flexibly, we would not be able to sustain ownership. The newly implemented 7-day minimum rental requirements severely restrict our ability to rent during peak summer months. It eliminates the property or the opportunity for weekend bookings, including families attending weddings at the local lodge, holiday gatherings, and short summer getaways. These are not disruptive events. They are the backbone of our summer economy. Summer visitors are what sustain the Balsam Lake area. They shop in our downtown stores, dine in our restaurants, purchase gas, groceries, rent boats, and support local service providers. The vitality of our downtown and surrounding businesses is directly tied to this seasonal economy. Restricting short-term rentals does not just impact property owners, it impacts small business owners, seasonal employees, and the entire local tax base. Property owners like myself already comply with safety standards, licensing requirements, inspections, and local ordinances. We maintain our properties, pay significant property taxes, and contribute to the community. Regulations that go beyond reasonable health and safety measures and instead restrict the lawful use of private property raises serious concern about property. These restrictions are not simply an inconvenience, they threaten the ability of long-standing families to remain on the lake. They limit access for visitors who want to responsibly enjoy what makes this area special. And they risk undermining the very economic engine that keeps this community thriving. I respectfully ask that you reconsider these restrictions, particularly the 7-day minimum requirement, and work toward balanced solutions that protect neighborhoods while also protecting property rights, family legacies, and our local economy. This cabin represents more than a structure. It represents 50+ years of family history, memories, and resilience. I am simply trying to preserve that legacy responsibly and lawfully for the next generation. Thank you for your time and consideration. Rebecca Stengel. I will close with mine and my husband's. Well, I have one that's a little different, as you don't want redundancy. The last, before I finish with mine. This is from Sasha Stays of Wisconsin. To the members of the Polk County Board, we are writing to formally express our position regarding the current regulatory climate within Polk County jurisdiction. As a current Wisconsin property manager and operator of a reputable short-term rental business in the state, we maintain a multi-million-dollar portfolio of high-end properties that provide significant value to the local tourism economy. We are consistently looking for opportunities to expand our investments within the state. However, after a thorough review of the tourist rooming house land use permit conditions currently enforced by the county, we are formally stating our decision to refrain from purchasing property or investing within your jurisdiction. The current regulatory framework contains several provisions that are significantly more restrictive than those found in other Wisconsin counties, and in our professional view, create an adverse environment for high-quality property owners. Specifically, restrictive rental limits, the cap of 180 consecutive rental days per year, combined with a mandatory 7-day minimum, severely limits the flexibility required to operate a profitable high-end hospitality business. These constraints are misaligned with modern travel demands and professional management standards. Onerous compliant requirements. The mandates for professional boundary staking, annual septic inspections by the zoning office, and the requirement for owners to personally fund annual inspections by a local building inspector to determine legal bedroom counts represent an unnecessary level of bureaucratic overreach. Operating climate. The tone and substance of these regulations suggest a lack of partnership between the county and professional operators. High-end, short-term rental businesses provide significant tax revenue and tourism value, yet these conditions treat owners with a degree of scrutiny that is a clear deterrent to investment. It is a management company dedicated to maintaining premium properties and delivering exceptional guest experiences. We prioritize investing in areas where the local government fosters a supportive and balanced regulatory environment. Given the current conditions in Polk County, we will continue to focus our capital and business growth in other regions. Sincerely, Sasha Stays of Wisconsin. So this one is for myself, my husband Mason.
We have that one that you've already said.
And she spoke. And she spoke.
She spoke.
And she spoke, okay.
And we have that in our
Yeah,
packet.
it is signed Mason.
Yep, it is. We have it.
You saying you don't even want me to read the final letter?
Go
Well,
ahead.
you already spoke and we have it here.
Mason isn't here.
All right, how long is that one?
2 pages.
Would you like me to
Is it?
shorten it? It is
I think
different.
it's 7 days, 180 days. That's all we've heard.
Yes, it is. It does speak on different
Which one?
things. It discusses Polk County's vision statement, improve the quality of life for all who live, work in Polk County. The mission statement.
Just read it.
Okay,
So it's on the record. Let's read it there.
thank you, Chairman. My name is Mason Gates, Laura Gates. I am a real estate agent and owner over at Apple River Realty and vacation property manager at Rosebud Vacation. I have a significant interest in the restrictions placed on rooming houses as they directly affect both of my businesses. Short-term rentals provide numerous benefits to the community. They bring tourism, support local businesses, and generate tax revenue. These properties are professionally maintained with the goal of delivering a 5-star guest experience. They also provide amenities and accommodations that hotels, motels, and campgrounds often cannot. Modern travelers overwhelmingly prefer vacation rental properties. Airbnb alone reports more than 45 million users in the United States. Local businesses, from restaurants to gas stations to recreational providers, benefit directly from this tourism activity. Polk County Tourism Council highlights tourism as an essential for local business growth and tax revenue. The first page of Discover Polk County website states, in Polk County, Wisconsin, you don't just visit, you experience it all. This 4-season destination offers an unmatched variety of activities, from boating and fishing in the summer to snowmobiling, cross-country skiing, and snowshoeing in the winter. with year-round amenities and cozy lodging options. This raises an important question. If Polk County promotes itself as a year-round destination, why are lodging options being restricted to only 180 days? Polk County's vision statement reads, improve the quality of life for all who live, work, and play in Polk County. The mission statement states, the mission of Polk County government is to serve and represent the public with integrity. Through my businesses, I regularly speak with current and prospective property owners in Polk County. Several consistent concerns have emerged. Property owners feel trust in the county has eroded. Many are hesitant to speak publicly due to retaliation. Enforcement is perceived as punitive rather than focused on cooperation and compliance. Some feel their property rights are increasingly constrained. Additionally, the financial costs of enforcement and ongoing litigation, combined with substantial penalties for administrative lapses, raises questions about whether the current approach is fiscally responsible and aligned with the county's stated mission. I believe there's a better path forward. There are solutions that create a win-win-win for Polk County. Vacation rental operators and local communities, meaningful collaboration between the county and licensed operators would allow regulations to both to reflect both operational realities and community concerns. These are actively, those of us actively working in this industry understand the importance of accountability, safety, proper use of waters, and neighborhood respect. A cooperative approach would likely produce better outcomes than a continued regulatory escalation. I would welcome the opportunity to help work towards practical solutions. Establishing collaborative goals. Polk County could become known for having some of the best vacation rentals in the region: yurts, tree houses, glamping, quaint cabins, lake mansions, family-friendly homes, farms, etc. You can require a locally designated property manager located within approximately 45 minutes of each property. A visible local contact improves emergency response and deters problem guests. Improve communication with visitors through modern tools such as informational videos or digital guides. Focus enforcement on intentional violations while recognizing good faith efforts by operators who may unintentionally make administrative errors while trying to comply. Reconsider restrictions on rental days and minimum stays, which can create unnecessary vacancy and limit tourism opportunities. In closing, I believe we can all agree that the current approach is not working. However, I also believe solutions exist. There are many experienced operators and managers who would willingly volunteer time and experience to help develop common sense regulations. I would welcome the opportunity to participate in that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was wondering if I could speak for just 1 minute. I'm Brad Pearson, Polk County Tourism.
Okay, yeah,
It'll be
because we
2
did.
minutes
Yep, go ahead.
max,
Okay. Just make sure you state your name up there.
definitely. My name is Brad Pearson. I am the Director of Polk County Tourism. My responsibility is to promote tourism in Polk County. I've met many of you. One of your board supervisors sits on our board as well. I was surprised to hear just yesterday afternoon that this was, as far as it was, going through Environmental Services Committee, which I thought was odd. So I decided to come up here. I don't have a prepared speech. I can just tell you that I got a call. I was getting calls last night from SCR owners, and they were saying, "What the hell's going on?" And I said, "Well, I'll go up and find out, what is going on." I spend all of my resources and time to promote tourism here because of the economic impact that it has. And I would just ask you to really consider this 180-day, 7-day rule to be taken out. It will decimate the tourism industry. As of 2 weeks ago, our research showed that there's 367 short-term rentals just within the county limit. Since we started tracking that, it has grown every 2 to 3 months. Those businesses are here already. We need to, if you want to look at restrictions or something else, let's pull it out of here and put it somewhere else. But tourism in this county alone was $167 million economic impact. Those numbers are about 2 years old now. The new ones coming out real soon. Those aren't my numbers. Those come out of Madison. So we're kind of playing with fire here if we're trying to hurt these business owners. So please take it under consideration, this 180-day, 7-day restriction. I just don't see how it's going to be helpful at all. And please reach out to me. You know how to get a hold of me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we read it. We got the 3 legal ones. You might as well read them in. So we have the newest one from Adam, the newest from Will Riley, and then we have one from Stanford Rosbaum. Do we want to read those 3 and then too? We might as well read them all. Then they're here. Volunteers to read.
Yeah.
My voice isn't very good.
I'll do one if you'll do one. Okay.
Take Adams. It's only a page.
This one.
Which one are you gonna start with?
Weld Riley.
World Riley. All right. So we have 3 kind of legal ones. Let's go with those 3.
Dear Chairman O'Connell, we represent the towns of Garfield, Apple River, Clem Falls, Georgetown, St. Clair Falls, Farmington, and Lorraine, referred to as the towns throughout the rest of the letter, and write this letter to oppose certain provisions of the proposed draft of Article 3, Shoreland Protection in the Polk County Code of Ordinances. The towns represent a mix of both unzoned towns, which have opted out of county zoning, as well as towns with their own zoning codes. Please note, the towns desire an amicable resolution and removal of the below referenced provisions in the proposed shoreland drafts. However, if the Environmental Services Committee and ultimately Polk County do not remove the below provisions of the proposed shoreland draft, the aforementioned towns are prepared to litigate these issues to have the provisions overturned. Specifically, the following provisions in the proposed shoreland draft must be struck. Sections 42-214A through C and 42-214D3 in and of themselves must be struck in their entirety to ensure those provisions are not applied to towns with their own general zoning already in place, or those towns that have opted to be unzoned under the county's general zoning ordinance provisions in section 42. The second bullet is Article 3, Division 2 zoning districts, section 42-237 through 42-248, and sections 42-213F, G, I through O must be struck again to ensure these provisions are not applied to towns with their own general zoning already in place, or those towns which have opted to be unzoned under county's general zoning ordinance provisions in section 42. And the third one, sections 42-314, off-street parking and loading, 42-311, manufactured homes and manufactured home parks, and 42-312, travel trailers and travel trailer parks. Those provisions of the Shoreline Protection Code are blatant unlawful attempts to impose as an end run the general zoning code requirements through shoreland zoning in those towns which have either previously and lawfully adopted their own general zoning code and or those unzoned towns that have not opted into the county's general zoning. Section 42-42, districts established. Article 2, Division 2, Section 42-75 through 42-86, individual zoning district requirements. 42-117, parking. 42 119 and 42 120 manufactured homes and mobile homes and manufactured home parks. Section 42 141 travel trailers, and section 42 123 campgrounds in Polk County's general zoning code have in nearly all of their entirety been copied and pasted from those general zoning code provisions into section 42 214, 42 310, 42 311, and 42 312, and Article 3, Division 2 zoning districts of the Shoreland Protection Code and its proposed draft. Polk County's attempt to implement general zoning into towns that have their own general zoning code or opted out of general zoning is illegal and exceeds the county's authority. A county board has only such powers as are expressly conferred upon it or necessarily implied from the powers expressly given or from the nature of the grant of power. That's from Town of Vernon versus Waukesha County, 102 Wisconsin 2D 686-689 from 1981. And while the county has authority to enact shoreland zoning ordinances under Wisconsin statute 59.692, there is certainly a distinction between adoption of a general zoning code under Wisconsin statute 5969 and shoreland zoning under Wisconsin statute 59.692. They are legislatively distinct and different. Within the framework of general zoning, the legislature has clearly authorized towns to either opt out of county general zoning, opt into county's general zoning, or have its own general zoning under certain circumstances. Towns in zone counties have been given express legislative authority to adopt their own general zoning ordinances when certain requirements are met, as they have been here for the towns with their own general zoning code, Wisconsin statute 60.62, 1 and 3. Towns such as our unzoned town clients have been given express legislative authority to opt out of general zoning ordinances or their amendments, Wisconsin statute 59.69C. Polk County's virtually word-for-word copying of those general zoning code provisions into the Shoreland Development Code through its proposed draft will be expressly applied against those towns which have opted out of general county zoning or have enacted their own general zoning codes. That attempt to backdoor general zoning onto our clients exceeds the county's authority, as it violates the express authority of our town clients to have a general zoning code of their own or no general zoning whatsoever as unzoned towns. Thank you in advance for your review, and please let us know if you have any questions. We look forward to the Environmental Services Committee in Polk County adjusting the proposed shoreland draft to comply with state law. Yours very truly, Wild Riley, John Robert Benling, and Anders Helquist.
Anderson's here today.
He was here today, yes. Yep. Read the Stafford Rosenbaum. Is that what you want him?
Yes, please.
All right, this is from Larry Kopacki from Stafford Rosenbaum LLP. He directed this to Mike Coles, who's the executive director of the Wisconsin Towns Association, which was forwarded to us for Polk County zoning in the shoreland. Introduction, you have asked us to briefly evaluate the legality of the Polk County Shoreland Zoning Ordinance, Chapter 42, Article 3, Shoreline Protection, with respect to general zoning requirements imposed under that ordinance. We have concluded that there are a number of provisions in this ordinance that are likely disallowed under state law. This is an explanation in general terms below. Please let us know if you'd like us to prepare a more exhaustive list and description of the provisions in this ordinance that are likely preempted by state law. It is helpful to begin by reviewing structure of shoreland zoning regulation under Wisconsin law. Wisconsin statute 59.692 and 281.31 provide the basis for shoreland zoning regulation. These statutes require the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources to establish shoreland zoning standards and administrative code, which the agency had done in Wisconsin Admin Code, Chapter NR 115. These statutes require each county to zone by ordinance all shorelands in the unincorporated area to affect the purpose of 281.31 and to promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. Importantly, these statutes specifically provide that the requirement in this ordinance shall relate to the purpose of 281.31. The purpose in 281.31(1), emphasis added, are as follows. To aid in the fulfillment of the state's role as trustee of its navigable waters and to promote public health, safety, convenience, and general welfare, it is declared to be in the public interest to make studies, establish policies, make plans, and authorize municipal shoreland zoning regulations for efficient use, conservation, development, and protection of this state's water resources. The regulations shall relate to lands under, abutting to, or lying close to navigable waters. The purpose of the regulations shall be to further the maintenance of safe and healthful conditions, prevent and control water pollution, protect spawning grounds, fish and aquatic life, control building sites, placement of structure and land uses, and reserve shore cover for natural beauty. Therefore, any shoreline zoning regulation imposed in unincorporated areas, towns within the county must relate to these purposes. The DNR provides and is regularly updates a model shoreline zoning ordinance for counties to use as a basis for the required shoreline zoning ordinances. Note that this model ordinance specifically includes provisions to implement the requirements of NR 115 and statutory changes that have been enacted since the last update to NR 115, including those related to vegetation management, structure setbacks, and other building controls, impervious surface limits, and various other shoreline activities. The DNR takes the position that if the county adopts the model shoreline zoning ordinance, then the county is in compliance with the state shoreline zoning mandate. None of the provisions described below appear in the DNR model zoning ordinance. Towns do not have the authority to approve or disapprove a county shoreline zoning ordinance. The opposite is true for general zoning ordinances. For a county general zoning ordinance to be adopted and applicable in all or part of a town in the county, the town must approve the ordinance as required under Wisconsin Statute 59.695C. Polk County Shoreland Zoning Ordinance includes provisions that exceed what is required to meet state shoreland zoning requirements, and in our opinion, exceed the authority of a county to impose zoning requirements in the shoreland areas of towns in the county. Specifically, these provisions impose zoning requirements that are arguably do not relate to the purpose of 281.31 as required by state law, and are instead general zoning requirements that must be approved by the towns. For example, in section 42-213, 42-214 in the draft ordinance posted to the county website, all lands in the unincorporated shorelands in the county are required to be placed within a general zoning district, except shorelands in towns that operate as their own zoning authority, which are designated as zoned towns. This means that in unzoned towns, a county general zoning district is applied to their shorelands. This is very likely to be impermissible under state law. It would be difficult to successfully argue that this requirement relates to shoreline zoning purposes to which the county must adhere. For instance, what is the difference between shoreline property designated as recreational business and commercial versus small business and commercial when viewed through the lens of the shoreline zoning purposes under 281.31? There may be good reason to support such a distinction under general zoning, but this simply exceeds the scope of what is allowed under shoreline zoning. There are multiple provisions in the county shoreline zoning ordinance that are impermissibly apply general zoning requirements in town shorelands. See, for example, 42-213 F1 and K, 42-214 generally, 242-237-42-248, and 242-310 and through 42-312 in the proposed amended ordinance. The inclusion of general zoning requirements under the county shoreline zoning ordinance appears to be an attempt by the county to impose general zoning requirements in towns without seeking the required statutory approval from the towns to do so under Wisconsin Statute 59.695C. Instead of correcting these preemptive provisions, it is our understanding that the county has considered applying these provisions not only to unzoned town, but also to towns that operate as their own zoning authority. In our opinion, neither is permissible under state law, and the ordinance should be amended to reflect this.
We just have Adams when he sent what was last night, the March 3rd one. Is that the same one?
That one?
Pretty short, yeah.
You want to read it, Tracy?
No.
This is from Adam Jarkle. Hello, I write as town attorney for the towns of Garfield and St. Croix Falls. On behalf of the towns, I requested that the Wisconsin Towns Association review Polk County's draft shoreland ordinance. The Towns Association Council, Larry Konopaki, prepared the attached memo, which you just read. It highlights the legal deficiencies of the county's draft shoreland ordinance. I urge the members of the Environmental Services Committee and the county board remedy the severe legal deficiencies in the current ordinance draft prior to moving forward. Thank you, Adam Jarkle.
All right.
Maybe I do have that in there. I don't.
I have a copy of that for the exhibit. Now that it's been read in, that'll have to be exhibit 15.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also bring up a point, Chair. There is exhibit 1 and 2, just for clarity, those haven't been read in. I didn't know if you were aware that there was 2 other ones, another one from Adam Jarkle and then another one from Molly and Brian Dado. That should be in your packet. Just for clarity, and then
Both short, we should read a bit. So are we renumbering for this hearing, starting at 1?
This is the Molly.
The other one.
Molly wanted short, okay.
Molly and Brian Dado is exhibit 1.
Yeah.
Exhibit 2 is an initial email from Adam.
I got that.
Nope, this is the new one.
Let's read both those in too then.
Which one?
I'll read Molly and Brian's.
Okay.
Okay. Then
Then everybody got read in.
yes.
There we go. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment. My family owns a lake residence in Middle Pine Lake, Pine Lake, and Star Prairie. We are committed to being responsible property owners, and we take seriously the balance between private property use and long-term environmental protection. We are currently planning responsible upgrades to our property, including the construction of an outbuilding. However, the uncertainty surrounding the effective date of the updated side property setback regulations has placed our project on hold. This delay makes it difficult for property owners like us to plan, budget, and move forward in compliance with local regulations. We are in favor of moving forward with the new setback regulations. Clear standards provide predictability for homeowners while also supporting the broader goal of shoreline protection, water quality, and thoughtful development around our lakes. Having a resolved and enforceable framework benefits not only individual property owners, but the lake community as a whole. Middle Pine Lake is a valuable shared resource, and updated setback regulations help ensure that future development is done responsibly and consistently. Finally, these regulations allow property owners to make informed decisions while being responsible with any updates. We respectfully encourage the committee to move forward with the adoption and implementation of the updated setback regulations so projects can proceed in an environmentally responsible manner. We hope that the new updated setbacks will be resolved soon so we can move forward with our property updates. Thank you for your time and consideration, Molly and Brian Dado.
And I've got one dated March 1st or February 26th from Adam Jarkle. I am sorry I'm unable to attend today's hearing. I write to oppose the adoption of the proposed draft of the shoreland ordinance. I continue to be disappointed that the committee refuses to remove clearly illegal general zoning provisions from its shoreland protection ordinance. The provisions clearly and illegally encroach on town authority. While I am grateful that the exclusions for towns with their own zoning have been reinstated, once the committee is working through this process, it makes sense to just get this right. Getting it right means removing the illegal general zoning provisions. There is no authority under Wisconsin law permitting a county to apply general zoning provisions to unzoned towns or towns with their own zoning through the back door of a shoreland zoning ordinance. The fact that this committee, and the county board persists with this shows incredible disrespect to the towns of Polk County. I would urge the committee to slow this process down so that illegal provisions can be removed. Once that happens, obviously the exclusion for towns with their own zoning would not be necessary. Once again, I can't figure out why the committee doesn't just simply adopt the ordinance that generally follows the DNR's model ordinance. The legislature has charged the DNR with the important task of protecting Wisconsin's beautiful lakes and rivers. In order to do that, the DNR has prepared a model shoreland ordinance. It is shocking to me that this committee refuses to simply utilize that model. Again, I would urge the committee to slow this process down. Now is the time to get this right, and the draft you have in front of you is not only wrong, but illegal. We can all work together to protect Polk County's lakes and rivers while respecting town zoning authority and private property rights. Adopting an ordinance that resembles the DNR model ordinance is the best way to achieve that. Thank you. Adam Jarko, Apple River, town of Apple River.
So everything we got for today said it's exhibited and it'll be under hearing 2 then.
Yeah, and
Because we have some other ones from the first hearing. Okay.
the only request to clarify, would you like exhibit 6 and 9 that were anonymous to be struck from the record then?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So you've got those. And like Jeremy, maybe there is a way to get all these put on the website. If we can, we'll have to look at something. Or not.
Is that a change in process though?
Yeah, exactly.
But otherwise they gotta come in and ask for it.
But what is the process then?
We have never done any exhibits from public hearing onto the web.
Oh.
Right, I think we need to maintain
Yeah,
our
we will.
process.
Yeah, and we'll stay the same.
It's
Have to come
recorded.
in
You
and
can listen.
All right. Yeah, they've been read in, so. All right, so we have all that. Well, that will conclude the public hearing so that we can shut it down. Or no, we need the subdivision one. Or, you know,
No, we didn't have public hearings.
we just did the shoreline, wasn't it?
It was just short.
It's just, well, let's close this one for now then. So number 9 said closed.
Number 8 is cool.
Yeah.
Or number 8, excuse me.
I guess depending on.
Yep,
Put it down.
yeah, we'll get down to that, number 8. We'll close that. For discussion, or let's take a 5-minute break. Or maybe 6.
All right.
At least so we can move. There.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we're ready?
Please.
Stand.
Could be playing Mahjong.
Let's, where did I do with it? Oh, it's right. Are we gonna do the public hearing on the subdivision?
Is it a public hearing on?
There is a hearing.
No.
No,
Here,
that
you
was
just- The ordinance.
okay, so we can have discussion on what we just heard, okay.
Chair, you decided at the last meeting that you were not going to have any further public hearing on the subdivision ordinance on.
Oh, we did do that,
Yeah.
okay, so that was all right to move forward, okay. All right, so we're just having discussion on what we just heard.
Yes, sir.
All right, I guess a lot of the people with the short-term rentals did not realize that's been in there for what, 3 years, going on 4?
Yep.
Yes.
2021.
2021, that's all been in there, so that was a surprise to all of us too, that all of a sudden that came up again. And it's surprising, there's 367. How many licenses do we have out?
Public health has 130 licensed through public health.
Okay, so that's an interesting fact.
Interesting.
That we have 367 rentals with 130 what?
Licensed through public health.
130?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
Just to be clear, that's 367 that are advertising out of the 71 marketplace companies over the internet that are saying that they live within Polk County and they are advertising properties within Polk County
to rent.
to rent.
Okay,
That's totally different than any other state records, county records. That's who's advertising.
all right, so that's
So they should have a license.
good to know for that statement, all right. Now, working forwards to go backwards, so that's kind of a state thing and stuff. We might have to bring that up. We weren't really ready for that all, or are you kind of?
Oh, I just wanted to make the point that when it was put in there, it was specifically put in there to the right to rent law standards. So that's when it was implemented that's right in statute. You can do the 180 days and the 7-day minimum. So that's not a county specific thing. There was the option to do the consecutive 180 or not. And the county did at that time choose to do that. But I just want to make it clear that those numbers didn't just come from this committee
From the
or
committee.
anywhere. That's right from the right to rent law.
State law.
So that's a state law. Do we have that, what it is, so they can look it up?
66.1014 is the statute.
Yes.
We had it, yeah. So we might have to pull that out again to look at it. Wait till some of this is done, maybe to put it on a agenda item then to be able to discuss it. I'm sure they would not let us do it a lot. Okay. So that's where those numbers came from. The 180 days, that's minimum stuff and all that. Okay. So that's where that came from. All right.
Or what would be the option? Can I ask Logan, what would be the option if they don't want to have to follow those laws?
I think this is the county can't be more restrictive than that. So you can't limit,
Can't say 90 days.
you can't prohibit stuff that doesn't meet this specific criteria. You don't have to have those specific, standards. But if you're going to regulate them, you cannot regulate them more stringently than, it's like saying you can only have 90 days of rental. That would
Yeah.
be against
Would
this.
be more restrictive.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if we want to change that as a county board, we need to ask to have that put on the agenda.
They would change through this committee, but the option of
We'd have to have a public hearing and stuff. That'd be quite a change, just change all that stuff if what we can change of it.
Right, the state law in Wisconsin reads that a short-term rental can only be rented 180 days within a 365-day period. The option of the political party is whether to make those consecutive 180 days, but the cap is the cap within the 365 days per the statute.
Okay. So we'll have to pull that out to look at it. So we'll have to agenda that and to look at that,
I guess my
to
question
better
is,
discuss.
if they're in residential area, what would be the option for someone to be able to rent 365 days? Is that a rezone? And do they need to become a resort? And what
See,
would
that's
be,
what we'd have to
what would
look
be
at.
the opposition of that group of, of owners
Yeah.
moving in that direction?
So that's what, we'd have to look a lot of that. I think that's what we were looking at before, that they might have to, if they become, then it would be considered commercial.
Commercial.
Because we haven't.
Then they'd have to rezone their lots. I think that's how we were looking at some of that.
That was definitely part of the discussion when it was changed, is residential versus businesses.
Or light
and how they're-
business or something, yeah.
And if they want to be a business, then either zone that. And if you only want to rent certain times for legacy purposes or whatever it is, then they can use the Wisconsin state
Right to rent.
right to rent law.
Okay.
That was from what I understood. And again, that happened.
So we might have, legal court might have to
What was the statute
look
again?
some of this up for it. We
that
better
would be-
be back to it because Malia went through that, I think.
That would be a deep dive. I'm reading it as the political subdivision may limit the total number of days within any consecutive 365-day period. They cannot limit it to fewer than 180. And that's not a mandate, that's may limit. So I would like the opportunity to do it.
To look more, okay. This is
Present
see what the perimeters are.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good. That'll get us. That might help explain a lot of it there. Okay. All right, and then going. Go
If I
ahead.
could clarify one more thing. I don't know when the 2021 language or what that's being referenced to, but from my research, the specific 187 day was March 19th of 2024, resolution 07-24. So if somebody wanted to look at that meeting and see what the reasoning was for why those were put in place at that point, just to clarify the date on that. From what I looked at, the red line version was changed in 2024.
So, okay.
I happen to have 2024s.
All right. Do you have that one?
March? March?
March, he said.
No, maybe I don't have all of that one.
I'm sorry, we're just discussing if that language came forward in resolution form after the WRA finding. If Corporation Counsel's office at the time brought that language forward. That seems.
At that time, probably.
The prior language stated no more than 7 days per month from May through September was the county's,
Some of that, yeah. So that was really restrictive, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right, so that's something we'll have to look into a little bit and maybe get on our agenda here so that we can look into that again. Most of this was short-term rentals. We had some of the boathouse stuff come up again. Or small, big. And that was kind of, there wasn't a real lot on it, but there was some. That we changed. What do we think? Are we gonna change any of that or leave the boathouse stuff alone for now? We had, with the boathouse, we had landings for the sides. I guess if there's gotta be retaining walls or whatever, we have to try to define that again. That's gonna be a battle. Because retaining walls came up quite a few times. That they want a hardline definition of it. The DNR's is what? It's just an accessory structure. That would need, in 75 foot would need a permit.
Right. The other issue is, brought up in discussion was that the DNR can conflict itself, which has been a problem in a discussion with this committee before.
Yeah.
That they do actually have, even Mr. Hall, I thought brought up, and I can't remember exactly where it was, but they do talk about the definition of retaining wall, but then it's not a definition of retaining wall. We've talked to corporate counsel in this committee too, that we've also got in trouble defining a retaining wall because suddenly included one rock and someone decided to take that and run with it and make it a terrace. So there's also the random conflicting issue, the fact that depending on where you are, it seems like whether or not the DNR cares about what you do or not. So as mentioned, the fact that they are terracing in the village of Balsam Lake versus we can't terrace other places. I do think that there's definitely some concerns over definitions. I also think it's interesting. We had testimony from a board member about definitions that have been also in this ordinance for many years when he was also on this committee as well. So I don't know. I think sometimes you can also go down the rabbit hole of definitions because then if you specifically say this is what it is, then it can't be anything else. So I feel there's some danger in that as well. So I don't know where we should go with that. I definitely hear there's definitely some concerns, and our biggest problem is what is our other relief if we don't agree with our definition? That currently our problem is then our process is, if I'm understanding correctly, then to go to Board of Adjustment, go to administrative appeal. And is this something we want to do and on the flip side, we could say it's this, period. And then all of a sudden, well, that's not what you're doing. So therefore we go to Board Adjustments, appeal, whatever. I don't know if that's the route we want to go either. But there's been a lot of good arguments on both sides of it. And like I said, we've also heard from corporate counsel that if you don't give a definition, it defaults to what is commonly understood to what it is. So if you look at something and say that's a retaining wall, then that is what it would be. Am I restating that correctly?
That's what he said, but that's for interpretation.
I understand.
Black and white is what we're looking for.
How do we get black and white? Because I think we tried that in the last ordinance and that's where if I understand right, that's where we ended up in trouble because someone took that to an extreme.
Yeah.
So I think the other part was last time we talked about the retaining wall, that's anything that holds back soil. So that's how do you define that?
Right, that's dangerous to me too.
That's the definition.
But I mean, that could be
2 inches high. See, that's what we're fighting.
So I mean, that could be a little timber 2x4 on edge holding back soil.
Right, which also could be lining my garden, or my flower bed or whatever. So I don't think that's difficult too. And I know Mr. Hall, I'm not calling him in to discuss, but I know he presented some definitions that he thought were workable. Are they not? I don't know.
Structural erosion control measure.
And that's the DNR one, the structural erosion control measure. Wasn't
Lower St. Croix.
But isn't that part of the DNR?
It's part of the
pieces?
DNR, just.
The Lower St. Croix explanation?
So like for the buffer or something, we can make a better definition of a buffer. Because we have it, like they said, in one part, not in the definitions.
Chair, I have these definitions if you'd like them, a copy or whatever. I don't know.
From
The structural control measure one taken directly from there, and then also what the DNR has on their website for retaining wall.
Okay,
If you,
let me take a peek at it. Maybe
We should have it.
say,
top one is DNR, the bottom one is from the.
I think Riverway one that's still part of the DNR
Jurisdiction.
jurisdiction, correct?
so that would be, if we use their definitions, I would think so taken from the website, his is a retaining wall is a structure built above the ordinary high water meant to reduce land erosion due to steep grades. For projects above the ordinary high water mark, natural vegetation is preferred for stabilizing steep slopes and bluffs. Retaining walls may be appropriate for areas that are actively eroding and subject to zoning regulations in your shoreland ordinance. So that's what theirs is right there.
If you frequently asked question and go to the DNR, that's what pops up on their website.
That's what pops up on retaining wall. Okay.
We don't have that because everything from the DNR was no retaining walls.
Within the 75 without a permit.
In Logan's material.
Yeah.
So that's still part of the problem is the 75-foot setback the model ordinance specifically requires a retaining wall to be set back at 75 feet. So the setback is what's the issue once you say what a retaining wall is. In order to put it within that, you need to say that's not, a retaining wall. And that's where, I don't know if that definition, how that's used in the scenic riverway, if there's setbacks, if there's not, but it is a separate, the shoreland ordinance, the scenic riverway ordinance. And that's where the issue is because I've listened to most of that, but that seemed pretty, how it could, it just seems like, I don't know if that'll fix it per se, because but it's a definition, definitely. But some of them that are proposed, I think, are still gonna be considered what that definition is saying. And you can have them beyond 75 feet. The issue is once you get from 75 to the ordinary high, because that just says above the ordinary high, that's because there's probably not a setback specifically to that. So I get the confusion.
In there, but it would be anything above the ordinary high. If it's a retaining wall, you have to get a permit to the 75.
Within 75?
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to issue a permit because the shoreline zoning ordinance specifically has exempt structures that are exempt from the setback. And a retaining wall is one of those structures.
Even if it's permitted?
Correct.
So it would need.
That's the issue is we
It's not
can't
exempt,
permit
but
it.
it's get it permitted.
By beyond 75 feet, we can permit retaining walls. Within 75 feet, it's an exempt structure, so we cannot permit them per the shoreline ordinance.
The county can't permit it, the DNR has to.
What?
Is that how that works? Can the DNR give you a permit to put a retaining wall in that first 75?
Above the ordinary high?
Yes,
No, I don't.
because they do
believe-
shoreline restoration
They're below.
at the water line. But
The county does permit those within the 75 with the variance.
okay, with the variance.
So
Okay,
you
so
can't
that's
say they don't
no, yeah,
do as long as you get a variance.
okay.
And that's where most of the guys used to go get variances. And the workaround is the fact that these retaining walls that we would see landscapers build, the original intent was one rock, right? Then what was happening is workaround was one rock, move the second rock back an inch, and then move the next rock back an inch,
Yeah.
they didn't touch, and you create a retaining wall. And I personally, just from watching, and we work with many landscapers on this kind of issue, they all struggle with it. I think having a definition for retaining wall is fine, right? I think the workaround is what we're trying to get to, and let's just be honest about it. Have a definition for retaining wall and make them get a variance. We all agree, if you need to build retaining walls to level off a job site, we understand that you gotta have a variance. You gotta show that this is the only way to stabilize this hill. But it's these little rocks that I watch these landscapers put on a slope, right? And this is why a job site visit would be good for a committee. If you got a slope like this, instead of us grading the lot like this, that's what we have to do. Or you leave it like this, and when the landscaper puts a step going across this hill, they take this much dirt out in a 4-foot step. And they put a rock this big against that high side of the step as it turns, 4 or 5 little rocks. That's not a retaining wall. It's an erosion. It's a landscaping issue, right? And that's what I think the workaround needs to be that you guys have to come up with, is that if you define what a retaining wall is, well, now we know if you need to build something like this that's terracing, you got to go get a variance.
Well, that's what this says. Retaining wall is a structure built above the high water mark meant to reduce land erosion due to steep grades.
Yeah.
So anything you build to hold back erosion is a retaining
It's a
wall.
retaining wall, and if you need a variance, you go get a variance for that.
So if that works, that's what we should use that.
I'd try it, let the DNR fight you back on it.
Well, it's one of their
Yeah.
definitions. I don't know how they would fight that, their own definition, but they probably could.
They would.
They
Is it
would.
possible to have that for a definition or something similar, and then also have the lower St. Croix Riverway one as just another definition that's in there, so that?
Well, we would just, that's the one I just kept reading.
Right, that'll determine retaining wall, which you say in accessory structures is not allowable. So if they fight back, now we've determined what a retaining wall is, but can you introduce a new term like the structural erosion control down below too, or we can use that term, like if we have to put something on the edge of those steps, can we use something that's more?
That would be the same term. They're using it both. Anything you do to hold back any dirt,
It doesn't say hold back dirt in there. It
No,
says reduce
but it's-
erosion.
Reduce erosion.
well, which is hold back dirt.
Right.
Don't say that, 'cause then we get into
Right.
the edging thing like we
Right.
mentioned over
Yeah,
there.
right.
That's what I would prefer you don't say, because then now you've said, okay, my vinyl
Don't
edging
hold
hold
back
back
dirt.
dirt.
Just put what they say.
Steel timber holds back.
Right.
My head size, my golf ball size field stone that borders my flower bed,
Yeah.
holds back dirt.
Yeah.
So,
So with that wording not in there, just reduce erosion on steep slopes.
It's erosion
Okay.
control.
Well,
Why we were
If you wanna
trying to
read it,
stay
it's
away
the top
from a
lines.
total definition, because whatever you say, somebody's gonna
I
Interpret.
get it.
one step further. That's how it went with the one rock.
Right.
It was this rock, and then it became this rock.
yeah,
Yeah, because I think what you do with something like that is, what's gonna happen is people are gonna realize when they talk to landscapers, it has to be erosion control issue. You can't come in and say, I want a flat yard to put a pickleball court in front of my house. That's not gonna be allowed through a variance, right? But if a guy says, hey, I got an erosion issue here, and you can document why we're stirring the water.
but we're only at that 75 feet is what the biggest worry is.
We have exempt structures in that area that are allowed. We're
We have
allowed
one.
steps, no,
No, we have to do steps in a boathouse.
steps in a boathouse. So we have.
So we have to do
we have
something,
to-
yeah.
You can't just put them in there and walk away.
And for mitigation, okay.
I think.
You can't not let them have them.
So let's look at that one more. Did you let everybody
I
kind of
mean, you
read
guys
it?
want to see it again? Sorry.
What you said.
Yeah, I believe. I
Huh?
believe.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because this is what we've read before.
Yeah. We might have to have her look at that.
Yeah, also.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, when I say we can't issue a permit, that's staff as administrative permit. The variance is through the BOA, so that's
Yeah.
not through staff. So I just want to make sure that's clear that
The staff would catch it and see, you have to move it on if it's on the drawings. That's how, that's
it
how.
wouldn't be us issuing that granted. That's right through the BOA. So that's just to clarify.
Just in a
That is accurate.
clarification of the process. So they would come in with a permit. Would you technically deny it? Or would you say this can't go forward without a variance? Is that, I'm just curious on my
Yeah.
own, for my own
Yeah.
Yeah, so
understanding.
if they come in with a permit we can't issue, probably should just deny it, but we try to withdraw it, let them know it can't be done and send them to the BOA.
Okay.
But either way, I mean, probably,
So it has to stop and then they have to like reapply with the
Yeah.
BOA in essence is how the
yeah,
process.
the application would then move to the BOA application, which has a lot more requirements for proving your hardships and everything like that.
My point, Pam, earlier was telling you about that, was that when it comes out of the BOA, they don't issue us the permit, it gets sent back.
Oh, absolutely. Right. Because they can't issue permits. They can offer the variance. I understand. Thank you. Yeah.
Then they
Thank
issue us the permit.
Huh?
And then they issue.
And then they have to issue the permits because you've been granted the
So the
variance.
process, that's where it should be, where you do a site visit and catch that. Then when it's steeper than that, and they know that, at the first site meeting.
So are these team members on the BOA, are they part of this accredited credential person now that, I mean, what training does this group of people have to go out to that site and decide whether or not
Zero.
that's what I'm afraid of. That's the way it was 7-8 years ago. We got it to where we were dealing with,
Yeah.
the departments, land and water and whatever, but nothing
Yeah.
against that group, but that's a job I wouldn't want to have.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
it's-
because
they're-
they
they're
don't
asking
have the
things they-
experience that we
Yeah.
have internally. How can they make those decisions?
You're gonna have to prove it to the variance board. Variance board doesn't make site visits anymore.
No, they just take
It's a
pictures,
staff,
so.
and it's gonna be left up to who's ever applying for that variance to articulate
How it's needed,
why it's needed.
why it's needed, how it's needed, but if it's over like a 10% slope or a slope, I mean, that's where it's obvious.
But at that point, the short ordinance says that they have to have an engineer design it.
After it gets so steep, yeah.
So if the engineer designs retaining walls on the side, it seems like it would be pretty easy to bring it to the BOA, in my opinion. You had an engineer design it. Paid that
For
money.
retaining walls,
Yeah, if it's so big or something,
retaining
yeah.
wall, But again, I go back to, like on my project, it got approved. 3 rocks, smaller than this chair. So the water runs around it. Put it into the natural grade. I didn't terrace it. I didn't do anything. you're gonna tell people like, hey, I'm gonna put 3 rocks right there just so the dirt don't wash around my door, my garage. We're gonna have to go get a variance for that. That's what we're trying to figure out a way
Yeah.
that,
That's where I feel that could be that structural, a definition of the structural erosion control. That's what it means.
Yeah.
that's a structural
It's
way.
not a,
It's a way to manipulate.
But if you call it a structure, it needs a permit
Well, that's my point is,
because it's an accessory structure.
Well,
No.
but structural erosion control would be different than a structure, because this is, you're
Absolutely.
forming a, you know, to me, the structural erosion control means you're creating something to control erosion.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's not a lot different in my mind than a whole mitigation when you've got, I mean, you put up, you know, the silt fences, those are structures, and you could call those structures then too. So I think we're.
Temporary
I think-
structures.
Right, but I think I think you're stretching, just my opinion. Sorry, Kim, I think you're
No,
stretching.
I mean, that's what, you gotta make the argument both
I
ways.
understand, I
I mean,
understand.
because that in erosion control, it's best management practices, the BMMs, the BMPs. And you read that's, some of those are permanent and some aren't.
Right.
So we can look at that a little bit too, because some, you know, the silt fence and everything is up till it's stabilized and that.
I think that's gonna be part of the variance process is it may be, the recommendation from the landscaper or preferred from the landowner, but in that BOA process, you need to prove the hardship that's what's needed there in order to do that.
So it doesn't wash the hill
I know
out, like you said.
Land and Water isn't able to be here today, but
Yeah.
they've explained to me many times that a retaining wall is not an erosion control best practice. There's
Oh,
many
yeah.
other ways to do it. It's just the retaining wall is the best proposed way to do it as far as their perspective, not for the ground itself.
Okay.
And this is right from Land and Water. It's not from me, just so everybody knows that. That's what's been explained to me is that that's kind of the disconnect is we want to do a retaining wall for this. Could we do vegetation and this type of thing? Yes, but that's where it gets tough. And that's where the BOA is going to have to decide, is this a hardship? And the only way to do this is a retaining wall here? Or is there 4 other options that are least, you know, not going to disturb the ground as much, or when it's done, there's not going to be a structure that we have to permit a variance for, is kind of what they're going to have to juggle.
So that would be like the prelim of bringing it in. to do it.
Yeah, and if,
To
and it
get
sounds
around,
like,
bringing everything to the BOA, does this work a different way then it would fall under the mitigation, wouldn't it? How we mitigate things? Would some of that fall into that they could mitigate it?
I mean,
Because
not,
it said, you know, it says, what's it say here again? That they want natural vegetation is preferred. But I mean, if vegetation is preferred, there might be places they could do that, and then they wouldn't need a variance.
correct.
Okay. So they'd have to look that way too, so, okay. So what are we thinking on those? Retaining walls, to use some of this? And then try to think of what, if we need a erosion control measure, if it's permanent or not permanent. A definition, because like you said, I mean, our old one rock thing is what still comes back, that it's just was decorative instead of really doing anything. Yeah, so that would,
For the retaining wall, we need to put within that 75-foot. Because we're strictly talking about from the ordinary high water mark 75 feet up, right?
right now, because it's shoreline, yep. So it's
So
that-
do we need to put that 75 feet if you adopt this meaning of retaining wall, do you need to put that in there? 75 feet from the ordinary high
then
water?
it would need a permit.
Yes.
Otherwise, I mean, wherever else they put it, it doesn't need.
Correct.
So it would be within the 75 feet if you need a retaining wall.
Yes.
So that's just in the setback stuff. I don't know if we'd have to put it in the,
I'm just, because what I heard was they want clarity on a lot of things. So does that help clear up? Because if it's at 76 feet, that's a different story.
They don't need a permit.
No, they do need a permit.
They need a permit, but
They
they can
aren't
get
allowed within 75 feet. You need a permit when they're beyond 75
5
feet.
feet.
So I think that's maybe where some of the gray area is right now too, is from the ordinary high water mark, 75 feet up, a retaining wall is not permitted
Yeah, it's not an accepted structure
Administratively, yes.
unless it's needed to
for erosion
control
control.
erosion.
Yeah.
So the
Or
bot-
allowable accessory structure. You know, you could attach it to the steps or the boathouse or whatever.
We want to leave it alone. We let it, because it could be on the other side of the lot and you'd want to put a small wall or something that, you know, if you got water running or.
I would just go back to on the wall to be careful because water's the enemy to a wall. I agree with what you're saying. You do not want, you're not building a dam. So generally a wall is more to divert water than to hold it back or terrace it. And that's why I like some of those erosion terms because they're talking about moving it away from the structure and redirecting water and whatever. And I think that's a better term for if it's truly erosion control. I mean, retaining wall is, again, is to retain and you're not trying to retain.
You're not trying to
water,
do
you're trying
erosion.
to
Basically, no.
divert it or
Okay.
The wall will fail. So it's tricky.
I have a question. So if we were to permit as part of mitigation control or, you know, within this, say, yep, comes in retaining wall because we've got super steep slopes within, DNR says we can do a boathouse, right? That's what the DNR says. So in order to have this boathouse, in order to mitigate all our erosion stuff, we allow the retaining wall in our county. What is the DNR gonna do? Do they come and slap us? Do they even really check? Or do they just really want to make sure we are doing our best to maintain the best practices and maintain the clarity or protect the waters? I'm just, again, devil's advocate maybe a little bit. I'm just, you know,
Good question.
sometimes they just play both sides of the deck. And so I'm just trying to figure out like if we have to have a decent mitigation plan. I mean, to me, I'd say anything at this kind of a slope, they can't have a boathouse personally, but obviously they can. So then how do we make this happen and be most, take care of the water, our lakes, whatever, the most realistically and sensibly?
Doesn't the DNR definition say in there in the last sentence that in order to control erosion, a retaining wall may be necessary? Check with your local zoning.
Yep.
So aren't they giving you a green light right there to,
150.
Again, what I'm trying to figure out.
trying to say that there is times.
Does it say that in 115?
To me, that's your loophole.
This is part from that, coming from the,
You don't have 115 in front.
we don't have 115 in front of us. We've got the definition, and I pulled this definition that John has too here. I pulled it once too, just.
Because the worst thing is,
Find it myself.
it's in the definition of an accessory structure. In 115,
I'm not asking
without
you
a definition of.
Zoning to
each one.
specifically break rules. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just saying, where is our room?
But that's, I think, one of the confusing parts because that come up in public comment. So the zoning administrator makes a decision and now his decision was not favorable for the applicant. So then we're back to the BOA. So I
See,
think
the
that's
one
what we're
ra-
trying to prevent
Yeah.
Yeah.
that situation from putting whoever the zoning administrator is in that position to make that and then be challenged.
Right.
Yeah, because specifically, with our old definition, we obviously allowed a one rock high that then went to the BOA and it was like, that's a retaining wall. So I don't know if there's a way, I don't think there's a way to put it in the ordinance saying you can allow a retaining wall in this instance and not this instance, because it's a retaining wall. The only way to truly allow it is to go to the BOA and a variance because there's no exception for the setback for a retaining wall.
But the thing is though, Logan, and I just like to throw this out, because I hear the discussion with all landscapers again is, even on my own application that I put in for public comment, and when you get through mine, that's why I'm sitting here, because I know my notes are handwritten and they're tough to read. You're probably gonna have a question about them. But it's again, I wasn't asking for a retaining wall, right? On my application, you read it, I have rocks sticking out of the ground. I got trap rock sticking this high out of the ground. I'm moving that rock because I gotta build a boathouse. I'm putting them rocks back because it's gonna filter the water around. I'm not retaining any dirt. It's not a retaining wall. It's totally mitigation. It's totally, we hit rocks every job we dig a hole in. Very seldom do we not hit rocks on a job site. And we're just reusing a lot of times the same rocks. And that's where I think calling everything a retaining wall is the problem we're falling into. Now, that's easier, black and white, for a zoning guy to go, well, it's a retaining wall. It's a rock. It's a timber. You got a rock this big next to a little washout along a sidewalk. For that definition, if I draw in a rock that big, that's a retaining wall. That's what we have to be careful of, because you're gonna have everyone doing it without asking.
Oh, definitely that
And
one.
then you're gonna have people challenging that decision constantly. You're gonna be bogged down on 5 rocks on a sidewalk. If you guys define everything as a retaining.
If you define everything as that, but isn't this definition out of 115 accessory structure? Didn't we just take that right out of 115 or the model ordinance? Where all this is, it's got patio decks and all that.
Yeah, that's required, the accessory structure definition.
Yeah. So that's right out of 115.
Model ordinance.
Out of the model ordinance.
Yeah, not 115, out of the model ordinance.
But which would be 115, or it should be in there somewhere too, then. But then, and then the exempted structure are only the stairs and a boathouse, isn't it?
Well, there's
But the other one's wetlands.
8 of them listed here. So you got boathouses, broadcast signal receivers, utility structures, walkway, stairway, rail system, devices used to treat runoff from impervious surface, fence, and bridges.
What was the word?
Devices.
Devices.
It's used to treat runoff from impervious surfaces, though,
Yeah. To treat the water.
to treat the water.
That's the issue, because that was a discussion I had with Land and Water, and that a retaining wall isn't gonna be considered treating the.
But they would divert it to a treatment, to like a rain
That's
garden.
that treat.
So the retaining wall would be a device that diverts the water to
I
a
think there's room.
rain garden or something like that. I mean, how?
Get your mind out of a sewer now.
Yeah, so I mean, from just looking at it quickly, like a infiltration pit within
Yeah.
a setback, it would be something that is a treatment for impervious surfaces that is allowed within 75 feet, for an example.
But how is that really treating it other than putting it down a drain,
Yeah.
putting it down sand?
Because instead of overland flow, it's or percolating
Cleans
the
it.
ground slowly.
Same as the sewer, it goes through the
Okay.
soils to clean itself.
So a wall that's directing it that way, how is that not then treating it?
It isn't treating it, it's direct, it's a device to direct. So do you put a love hump in your yard so all the water goes one way?
I would love one. I would love one.
I don't know.
Are you game? I love one.
See, now I'm the landscaper, I gotta have a love hump.
I
in
need
there.
one of those.
It's either this way or that way, huh?
Love hump now needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I write that down.
But, no, because they don't want all the water to go at the back of at the boathouse and that too, so it goes over, and a lot of the mitigation plans has small rain gardens.
I got a mitigation plan in my packet you guys could look at that we had to do.
That goes to a rain garden.
No, but it deals with all that erosion, and why we had to grade it, and that back of that one boathouse where the dirt's high. And
Okay.
yeah,
And see, that some of that is land and water too, to help us.
water, which was a
Yeah.
good process.
Yeah.
That land and water, I can see zoning guys, that's not their expertise, right? So to send us to land and water, and to pay more, big deal. These people are not complaining about their permit fees. It's probably a staffing issue where they don't have the personnel to run out to look at every job we do, but that's really, it's as important as a sewer.
Yep.
And they inspect your sewers. I just think, we should be inspecting these project build, and we do this erosion control plan, and we design this water while we're grading, because what's nice about the new process that we're doing is it makes the owner, like when I, as a contractor, go talk to an owner about a boathouse, I say, before I can do this, it's on a steep slope, you got to pick your landscaper out now. Where in the old days, we'd get a land use permit, we'd dig a hole, put the dirt back in, we'd walk away. Well, now you can't do that, which is good. So now we gotta say, pick a landscaper, so we call whoever, this is the guy you wanna use, we work with them. We develop our plan before we get our land use permit issued. We get a meeting with Land and Water on this site with the excavator down there in Osceola. And, yeah, we come up with a plan and do the best you can. And, that's where I think some of the nuances and how you get out of the weeds of the zoning guy going, oh, yeah, it's erosion control plan. They put a couple little rocks there again, or down the side of a stairway to divert the water so we can stop erosion, which is allowed by the DNR. We get it so the zoning guys don't have to say, yeah, you got to run to get a variance, wait your 60 days before it gets approved, pay the $800. And because you're adding 3 rocks along your step. That's where we don't want to do that.
See, but that's where it happened. That's where the neighbor said, okay, you got 3 rocks in a row there, boom, I'm gonna sue you.
Yeah, but Jim,
So here we sit.
that wall was this high.
Yeah,
That was 3 rocks.
3 rocks high, or 1 big rock.
Yeah.
3 foot, yeah.
And that shouldn't have been permitted in the first place.
Yeah, it should have had a permit.
Should have had to go to variance. That's a retaining wall. But they did an end around of the 1 rock high.
The 1 rock high, so that's how they lost that.
Same thing happened on Turtle Lake and people complained and it got passed too. They did the whole shoreline rock and out of state contractors. That's what I feel like us local guys, we're trying to like do it the right way, keep it natural. You know, go around trees, don't cut all the trees down, don't grade the lot so bad. We're getting hung up on these couple little rocks.
Yep.
That aren't retaining walls. And I would really love to hear as staff, as much as you worked on all this, Logan, is to find a way that you can help the public develop some language that you're comfortable with, that we can move on from this.
But we have to find something like it said in this for steep slopes, if it's mitigation or whatever, yeah. We have to work.
You gotta figure it out. It's not that complicated. It really isn't. And then let the DNR kick it to the curb if they don't like it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if they don't like it, let them tell you what they don't like in writing.
In writing and say what they want. Yeah, but see, and they always fall back to this general definition is our worst part. So.
Well, I think that was the purpose to not have one in there, because then the DNR can't tell you that that's not a legal definition. I get there's trust issues. They don't trust zoning and what the interpretation is going to be. That obviously will have to be built back. But if you don't have a definition, there's a little more wiggle room to say, we would not justify that as a retaining wall. If someone comes in and it's a 4-foot wall holding back, we're gonna be like, that's a retaining wall. And when we went to the BOA for that appeal, the BOA chair didn't even hardly get started. And he's like, that's a retaining wall. I'm like, I agree, but our definition said if it's 1 rock high, it is not a retaining wall. So then how do I defend that in court when it says it's not one?
Yeah.
It is one. That's where the definitions get tricky. I'm not saying we don't need one, but that's why it gets tough, is because if you make one, that's what it is, like has been said. If you don't have one, it's not gonna help the trust issues, but that's how we're gonna get somewhere in this is what would be allowed. And I get it from both sides completely.
Okay, but we'd have to have like you said, well, then it would be, each job would be interpreted different. That's even harder to work with.
But each lot's different. That's the problem.
Each lot's different,
Lake
yeah.
ordinances, they're looking at lakes that have flat ground around them. Polk County doesn't have very many flat lots around the lakes. We have steep lots. So I get it. You don't put retaining walls on Wabagassa down or Bear Trap on some of them lots. But you go around here, and again, I'm using retaining wall again. I'm falling in the same trap. This natural, I remember I shared a picture with Mo a couple years ago on a Deer Lake project. A stewardship award from Polk County Land and Water. And on that stewardship award they got, you remember this, Mo, it has little rocks, like every 4 or 5 feet up, all natural flowers growing over it. They had steps going in there. They had a boathouse right there, these little retaining walls. And it won an award. And it looked great. And if we would have had to grade that site to not have those rocks in there, it would have looked like they would have done it all in turf. It would have, and that's given those landscapers that ability to make these lots look like natural again and to put them all back in and landscape them. They look so nice when you can do them like these guys have been doing them. And I'm not a landscaper, but I see a lot of projects that we've done. And the ones that do these retaining walls, I mean, they look, I'll just say it, they don't look good. It changes. It looks like now you're on a suburban lane or you're on a city lot somewhere. So I think people that need big retaining walls, like Logan said, yeah. I mean, if there was trust, you would go in like there was trust with the previous administration here. You would never, even when he worked for the previous administration, there was trust. You weren't getting picked apart on a little rock here and there.
Let's stay with the definition.
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
We're getting off on just,
Well, I'm just telling you the history.
I know, but I mean, we're getting off, we're trying to figure a definition. If we gotta look more into it later, otherwise we were stuck on this for an hour and a half on the other time.
Right.
Chair, can I say one more thing, please?
Yeah.
Just so, because I think it's relevant to public comments that were made. Like the boilerplate thing, I think is also the issue because it's said that they want to know exactly what they can permit and what they can't. As just stated, every site's different. So it's tough for us to tell them exactly what they can do and then have them lay that across the county. There's site visits that are needed to be like, no, in this case, that is a retaining wall. This case, it isn't. So it's tough for them because they want to be able to tell the client on their visit, you can do this. And that's not always feasible, to be honest.
Sure, okay. And don't we have another like whatever chapter, what is it, 16, that the land and water's in for soil erosion and mitigation?
Yeah, they have their own.
They have their own chapter on that,
Correct.
which would help fill in some of this for erosion control.
Stormwater and erosion control.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's work on that. Okay, let's keep going then. Otherwise, we're gonna be stuck on this for another 8 hours again. So that, we know. So we looked at this one part of it. Do we want to look into that?
You have a couple options really for.
Yeah.
For the retaining wall. You
Yeah.
make this or you leave it gray. I mean, I think that's really what your options are.
Well, the worst is the DNR's got it under accessory structures. That's what just kills us.
How can that be an accessory?
I know.
I don't get
It's,
that.
that's what's so bad.
Would we be safer just throwing in a structural erosion control measure? Which means a retaining wall or other man-made structure where primary function is to control erosion. So again, it leaves retaining wall open, but it does talk about the ability for a man-made structure to control erosion. So therefore, Land and Water comes in and says, hey, yeah, you can do a retaining wall, but I think XYZ would be better, whatever XYZ looks like. Because it's, our goal should be, and I could be wrong on this, but the goal should be to control erosion. That should be
Yeah.
our goal.
That's our
Yeah,
goal, yeah.
exactly.
So would that be a better statement to put in there?
A statement or a
Or
definition.
definition,
There
sorry.
you go.
Within the 75 feet.
I was just gonna say within the ordinance.
Because are you gonna have
Yep.
a different definition, 75
Past that,
feet,
no.
1 inch?
That can get a permit. You don't have to go to the BOA.
So
So the definition of a retaining wall is a retaining wall, but I mean, if you're out of the 75, he can permit that.
correct.
If it's within there, you have to go to the BOA.
So this would be a structural erosion control measure,
I like that one.
meaning it's a retaining wall or other man-made structure. So we are doing the extra due diligence to go to, when we're doing our planning, to go to Land and Water, go to whatever, saying, yep, no, how about, can you do this? And you say, well, because this soil type and this isn't working, no, really, this is what makes sense. I mean, you guys do this all the time. I certainly don't know what I'm talking about, but the fact is, it says it's this, but our goal is soil erosion, because we're controlling soil erosion. So the onus is on, get the plan out there, get it over there, and our end goal is still controlling soil erosion. But sometimes maybe it's a retaining wall.
Just add this above.
No, I'm just,
No.
I'm looking at the structure, retaining wall, other, where primary, And we can do the above the ordinary high water mark. We can add that too. I don't have a personal one way or another on that. I just,
But it's.
but it leaves the retaining wall definition open.
Changed, yeah.
But yet it says that sometimes we need structural erosion control measures. And I still struggle with the fact that we can't fit some of the stuff under the exempt structures, meaning no side, open side, screen structures. I know they give an example, but is that an inclusive example? You know, such as gazebos, decks, patios, and screen houses. Is that inclusive or is that suggested? So it could be considered an open side structure that's exempt.
Mhm.
I would like to see us wiggle under number D too, some of that stuff, but. Page 51.
$51.
Is it of the packet or of?
Page 33 of 53 and then 51 of the packet.
Thank you.
Under exempt structure, so it's underneath dry boat houses, exempt structures. 'Cause again, I think it's ridiculous. The DNR says, well, we can have boathouses and you can have this, but you can't have the, unless these are met.
So that's all, but that is from the model ordinance.
This is the model ordinance, 100%. Can we fit it in? Can we?
I don't think we can add or
interpret-
subtract.
No, I'm not adding or subtracting. I'm saying, can we add our interpretation is,
Okay, yeah.
I would say from other definitions that are in there, you'll see, I think it's maybe under the accessory structure definition, it says but not limited to. If it said but not limited to in here, I think you could definitely use that interpretation. When it says such as and it lists things, I think that makes it tough to, but if legal counsel was,
right.
wants
I mean,
to-
such as to me is an example.
Yeah, it is. That's examples. So such as is not
All inclusive.
all inclusive, yeah.
Yeah, not all inclusive if such as.
I don't know.
Yeah, that would be a question for legal, for sure.
Okay,
That
I
we
just
have-
know there's areas where it says but not limited to, so that makes sense that
Right.
you
yeah,
have this and there's other things that may fit into that where you just list it and not put that. To me, if I'm reading the statute, I would think that that's what they meant, but that's
Like I said,
me reading.
versus, but such as versus a list,
yeah.
you know.
So they give examples and then we add more to it that we think it needs to be.
One other quick comment and then I'll shut up, but one thing that comes up quite a bit is that if the setback is at 75 feet and they build the house at 78 feet and it's a walkout and they dig this thing out, it was a flat lot before, now we've got to retain that stuff on the side or whatever. Okay, you got 3 feet to build a 9-foot elevation change, which is not realistic or whatever, so really you've got a retaining wall, if we're gonna have a definition or not, that's from the 75-foot back towards the street, which is allowable. And then you still need something like this structural engineer or whatever that, or structural erosion control that, you know, is within the setback. We're not talking about down by the boathouse now, but this comes up quite a bit where by the time I get called into the job, the place is ready for occupancy and they want us to build a wall. And it's like, well, you should have pushed the house back.
Right.
You know, so I could see where this structural definition could play upland more too. And fill in the void in that gray area up there where we're trying to deal with, you know, unrealistic grade changes. So.
Which going forward, we don't want those because we want everybody on the same page before we dig the hole in the ground, but
Yeah, well.
I know.
But
Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that. I know. I understand.
Yeah,
But if they need it in order to get their permits, like, I mean, that gets into procedure, but you need to get a,
Landscaper along with the builder, is that what you're saying?
yep. That it's a total plan.
well, page 30, or you're on 51 yet, number 11 there, the retaining wall is needed as part of the erosion control plan, the variance will be required.
So then we go to the variance. So then we
Yeah.
go to BOA.
Yeah, so I mean, it is in here. As long as we're on that page, go up to where Mr. Olson
Which one are you on?
talked about gable,
Which
page
51?
51 on
Page
the
33
packet.
out of 53 and
Okay,
in the ordinance and
51
page
on the
51 on the packet.
Already got it out.
yeah.
Boathouses that have a gable
I
roof,
didn't have the same
and he's
thing.
worried about people sitting on it. No, that's only if they put a gable roof on. I think you read that wrong.
I have no reason to comment.
Clam Falls legal, I'll have to talk.
Well, I can tell you, I said the same thing to him because a flat boathouse roof has a pitched roof.
Yeah.
Right? Even though our deck's flat,
Yeah.
underneath it, we have to put a pitch on it because we got to run it away from the water.
Yeah.
So he's like, well, then how can you put a deck on it if it says you can't put it on a pitched roof? Well,
Again, it's.
I don't think that you guys are gonna,
Just being on,
I
right?
mean, there's not even that detailed of a plan when you look at a structural plan. You guys have never planned that. I think he's
It just says the roof has to be pitched back from
a
the,
farmer trying to figure out how to build a boat.
yeah.
I don't think
All of them have a flat roof. Some have a gable. But it can't be way steep.
Yeah.
I think I've done pretty good, so thank you very much.
Yeah. But you haven't said you're gonna build a boat.
No, I'm not,
Long as we were
no
looking.
intention to.
As long as we were
Something
right
to
there.
Wilson sleeve.
To clarify, I don't think anyone would call that a gabled roof, in my opinion.
No.
Right.
That's why,
Yeah.
that's where it cleared up.
Yeah,
Was-
yeah. So
Yeah,
that
we
would,
define-
okay, so we could get,
And 11 is part, back to your point, Kim, 11 is part of the model ordinance,
yeah.
It
right?
is,
If a
yeah.
retaining wall is needed as part of erosion control pond, that's not part of the
That was
model.
added. Yeah, that's added from our discussion at, I don't remember what meeting it was.
Oh, that, the middle.
You guys wanted clarification on what they need to do if they need a retaining wall for their boathouse.
So
that
that's
was
not
added.
part of the model.
No, a lot of these boathouse conditions are not part of the model. A lot of them are,
Some of them are though, definitely some of there, because there was some there was some gable roof language and some,
So-
definitely some handrail language on the model.
Yeah, yeah.
so one,
I don't have it with me, sorry, today.
on page
Here, I've got
51,
the model right here.
B1, dry boathouses, that language is straight from the model ordinance, A, B, and C. Additional requirements for new boathouses, most of those are at some point were added by the committee and the county
Okay.
board. And then there's some of them that were just proposed in this amendment as
This
well.
last one, the 7 foot.
Correct.
But the foot rail, do we take out that 3.5 foot tall rail or is that UDC decides that? Doesn't
Yeah,
it?
that's,
That's UDC. isn't it?
yeah, you have to stay 42, between 36 and 42 inches.
Okay, that's UDC.
So I think that was put in there mainly for clarification purposes, because in the top it states the roof may have a railing that meets DSPS standards.
Yeah,
So then at some point, that standard was added just so when people read it, they know what those
they
standards
need a
are.
railing.
Doesn't have to be in there, but it does help clarify for people.
Mhm.
And then 3,
So you know that a railing going down a set of steps cannot be 42 inches. That has a max height of 36. So, yeah, maybe you guys don't need to clarify and get into clarifying what the UDC, if it changes next month, you guys are gonna be having to
have to
update.
change that. Yeah, change that number.
Yeah, I think let the inspector.
So open handrails that meet UDC or meet the Department of Safety profession may be constructed on the flat roof. So we could take out open handrails.
Railing systems that meet. that.
Just that under
Take it out.
3.5 feet tall,
You're taking out.
take that out.
Take 2
Number
out.
2 totally?
Model ordinance says probably what it should say. It does talk about the handrails. You can just use their language.
Okay, I'm looking for it now.
So that's kind of covered in 1C then anyway.
Yeah, it's in 1C, so it's kind of, I guess we just put it that, like you said,
Yeah, it is.
so it jumps out. So that's almost as such as, so we could almost take number 2 out
Yeah.
because it would be covered there. Or C. Yeah. I think it was just put in there to give it, so people wouldn't see it. Okay.
So do we need to talk about the public comment in regards to the 7 feet, the 28
just
feet
there.
in depth?
Which one?
And the 7 feet
7
from the
feet.
ordinary high
Oh,
water
bigger,
mark,
yeah.
28 feet in depth. And then there was some also public comment about
The 2-foot apron.
access door on the side, having concrete for a
Yeah,
pad.
yeah.
There was
And
a
a step coming up the deck.
public comment on the other side saying concrete wasn't the best thing for Lake Shore as well,
That they have pervious pavers or something.
right?
So the reason behind the 7 feet, we had, because we had to go to the longer pontoons.
Right.
And we had to be within 35 feet of the ordinary high water mark.
Yep.
That's why that got.
That was that,
Mhm.
to get that 28 and everything to work. And the model ordinance doesn't have a setback.
I got a question on that though, because I don't know what Logan's position is on this, but the DNR, I mean, we could build a boathouse at 40 feet from the water.
How far?
40 feet back. We've got permits for history, years and years, where it's too steep. But they say a boathouse, you can't go, the back of it can't go beyond 75 feet, because then it's considered an accessory structure.
It's not exempt.
Boathouse has to be within 75 feet, not 35 feet. I've never heard that before. I heard the one guy keep talking about it, but I'd love to hear the DNR's comment on that, because the viewing corridor is 35 feet wide.
Yeah.
When they talk about a viewing corridor and it goes back to 30 or 35 feet, whatever that, I can't remember.
35 is the buffer.
So 35 is the buffer, 35-foot viewing corridor.
35%.
And a 35-foot back. So that boathouse is allowed to be built, just like steps are, beyond that back of the 35 feet, but you can't build it outside 35 foot. Yeah, not the length. So I don't know where that also came from. I've never heard the DNR.
That's straight from the DNR, yeah.
That was right, the DNR, because I argued that.
DNR has a letter stating that at the back of the boat.
Yes.
Correct.
It has to be in that 30, the exempt is in the 35 feet
From the ordinary high water.
from the ordinary high water mark.
How's it read?
I'd have to find.
I think someone's misinterpreting that.
I have that too somewhere.
And if we wanted, let's see, right, 26-foot.
Yeah.
10-foot setback, then you're 1 foot into beyond the 35 feet.
Yeah, and that's.
We're in the yard. You could mow that, you could grade that, you can cut every tree down in that area. We've always, I think it's misinterpreted, maybe the way the question got answered or how they responded, because that has never been in any of the counties that you can't put a boathouse back farther from the water. I mean, a lot of counties like that. You can mitigate it.
She has it right here on page 7 of hers. It was 302.
It was 302.
The Depot Road has to be 35 feet back because you have to maintain a buffer.
302 D1K. Because that's, we asked,
Is that you guys made the boathouses bigger because there's.
but I asked her about that 35 and she says it's exempt in the first 35 feet, which is that how she's explained it?
So because the model ordinance says a dry boathouse that's located entirely above the ordinary high water mark, entirely within the access and viewing corridor, does not contain plumbing, that goes on. So then the model ordinance has a definition for access and viewing corridor, which means a strip of vegetated land that allows safe pedestrian access to the shore through the vegetative buffer zone. And that vegetative buffer zone is the 35 foot from the water. So that's where
that's that access zone. So that's how she drew that line.
I would challenge that really, because you guys should encourage people to move their boathouses back farther, not push them closer.
Yeah.
I agree with that 7 foot or whatever.
Yeah, but okay.
I would.
How do you get your?
Hey, let the DNR comment back on that, because that is ridiculous. Thought that I could cut everything down 35 feet back, every tree on my lot. I could landscape it, all grass. I can't have the boathouse back in that. That just.
It would be an accessory structure instead of an exempt structure, is what they're saying. See, that's.
You guys had other interpretations over the years, because DNR has been here for, 30 years, 50 years, we've been building boathouses. As long as they're within 75 feet of the lake, they're fine.
Yeah.
But they had to be in the viewing corridor. Everything started, you couldn't have an outside viewing corridor.
But then we have all these legal people that say, just do the model ordinance. Well, then that would be what we have to do. And that's where it'd have to be. I mean, we have all these legal people saying it has to adopt the model ordinance.
I guarantee it went to the Board of Adjustments or a court, they would not be able to tell you you couldn't build your boathouse farther back from the water. Because they've been doing them, there's thousands of them in the state of Wisconsin.
Oh, definitely. But I mean, we're caught between, it's a model ordinance, take it all right for granted. And we're trying to write it to the model ordinance, and now we don't want to do the model ordinance. So I mean, we got to decide.
I get it.
You know where I'm at? I mean, I'm stuck.
I don't know that you are.
No, I'm not, but I mean, that's kind of.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean, we gotta pick our fight. Do we fight these lawyers or do we fight the DNR?
Oh, that's ours.
So we probably end up fighting both.
No,
So-
I know I have language. I know I have that.
On which one are you looking up?
I'm just looking, that's our current ordinance.
Yep.
No, you can keep looking at that. I know I have a
Which-
second one.
On the boathouse yet, or are we good with that yet? I'm just gonna,
The thing too about the concrete being around a boathouse, that it creates more,
I do.
boathouses that we go tear down,
Yeah.
don't have any friends that don't have some landscaping around them. They are the worst boathouses for erosion on any other buildings. Boathouses that drip right on grass or doors that open right up on grass. To me, having water drop off these boathouses and hit landscaping around them, to hit a little concrete apron around them, just that covers that drip line. You got actually more protection than building a boathouse with nothing around it. And John can answer that probably even better than I can, but
well, that's why we have number 10 in here. Boathouse shall mitigate, capture all runoff from the structure.
the little apron thing around the doors, that's the one part you didn't
Yeah.
talk about is that side door. And
You're also allowed to have 5-foot wide steps all the way down to the lake and nobody builds those. We all build 4. So we've got an extra foot of square footage buffer on almost every job that's there. So, I mean, if you want to add up what the allowable surface is, take that off, you know? I mean,
Yeah, for the percentage, it would go down in the percentage, so that would help you that way.
you can't even buy 5 foot.
We're nobody's building. I know it's ADA, but they're all 4 foot, so there's actually extra built in there.
Don't say you didn't do ADA now, come on. What are you trying to find? Which one?
Oh, I'm looking for where she was telling us correlates to.
For which one?
For 302.
I have, for the boat,
She's looking for the entirely inside the 35.
Yeah.
even the setback or depth of the boathouse will need to be reduced by 1 foot to meet it. So it's right here on this one,
It was on her comment.
Yeah, it was on her
right
comment.
here.
Yeah, but I was looking for what 302D. That would be in
I
here.
don't know. Yeah. So it has to be in that access at 35, because that's what I questioned too.
All right.
And on page 51, that's about 4 houses.
No, we're not.
I think we need a second meeting.
Yeah,
Again,
I agree.
Can we just
I
have,
say it doesn't, within that access and viewing corridor.
that came
Yeah.
from
Yes.
model order
Yep.
not that I want one, but.
There
Tim,
we
do you hear that?
entirely with it.
So number 1
You guys.
on the boathouse, above the ordinary high water mark,
One page.
entirely within the access and viewing corridor.
Okay,
So an access corridor is 35 and the viewing corridor is 35%. If I get it right.
what page is that on?
That is on page 33, 51 of the packet.
51.
51. Oh, I was just there.
Yep, we were just there. So it's the
Mr.
first
Chair?
line on 51.
We have a
Go ahead, Pam.
Can we schedule a separate working meeting
Working meeting.
where
We're never
it will
gonna
be
beat this
open
today.
to members of the public
Friday.
to continue to hammer this out? Because we not only have some of the issues that Mr. Hall and Mr. Nelson have brought up, we also have some of the issues of our current language that we currently have, that we believe is in direct conflict because some of that was per direction and then we moved it around. But then they've also brought up then a second issue with even bringing that language back, which is, I mean, we've got a lot of topics to cover in this. And I would wonder if we could move to a separate working meeting, have an agenda that kind of goes through, we need to address this, we want to address this, and we want to address this. And try to have a little bit more
Structured
discussion as far as how are we going to go forward, and also provide then staff with some real good, like, hey, this is what we've hammered out. This is what we want to present. This is what we want to go forward with. Because staff has put a ton of hours into this, a ton of research, and tries to continue to be consistent based on their understanding. And then sometimes we just kind of circle around and come back and circle around and come back. So is that possible that we table this discussion, set up a separate working meeting, allowing legitimately having interaction with the public, because right now we're kind of on the cusp of what we should be legally be doing on
Yes.
a committee meeting, having as much interaction as we are with outside the committee. Could we do that? No, I rambled, but there you go.
That's.
I agree.
That was a motion. Thank you. Yes, I
I'll
move.
second it.
I'll second.
The worst is I can say it's out of order until we figure this out. How's that? No. Now I take
Your
my big,
life.
my big power. I think by consensus, and we'll ask the staff too, do we do a second meeting this month?
I
And
think
do it
so.
just on this?
Well, do we have time? Is it?
What's our notice
We got
window?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Well, it wouldn't have to be a public hearing.
Not a
We would just
public
be able to
hearing.
Do it here. So you have no.
Oh, since it's not a public, so that we don't have to have a
It wouldn't
notice,
be a public
a
hearing. It
legal
would be a
notice per
work.
se.
Not
because it's a
the one in the
working meeting.
paper. We would send out our normal agenda notice the week before.
Thank you.
Okay.
And just have it so it's.
So you're looking at the 18th, our usual second Wednesday or third Wednesday for our second meeting?
Yeah. Would that work for everybody? Is everybody gonna be,
Yeah.
It is, but definitely.
how
we'll
many
have
are
an
you
agenda
gonna be
and have it
green after
structured.
that day?
What day?
The 18th of March.
Oh,
Oh, it's March
we'll drink green
17th.
beer here. We don't care.
16th.
Yeah.
It's the 18th.
That's the 18th. Okay.
Am I able to comment?
Yes.
So I just would want to throw it out there. Do you guys want to just talk about this specific draft at that meeting, or due to other conversations? Would you want me at that time to pull out the zoning districts and go that route for those other legal letters that were provided?
Go to a shoreline overlay
Go to the
district
shoreline overlay.
like we used to have.
Yeah, like we used to have.
Have an example of what
Yes.
that looks like, you mean?
Yeah.
I think that would be,
I
how
think
much
the
work
bullet-
is that going to be? for
It's
you?
not, I mean, it's not much, honestly, because it's just removing the zoning districts and then putting the items that are or
Required.
have been,
Yep.
well, required, but also items that have been added by the committee over the years, such as bunkhouses.
Gable roofs.
Well, yeah, but it's the specific
Right.
uses of
Well, I
first rooming
Yep.
houses.
First
things
room,
like
all that would be separated out. Okay. Yeah.
I think that'd be beneficial.
Yeah.
Because I think it might jumpstart us at least a little bit faster than going to that meeting and then directing it and then coming back,
Right.
putting that in there, at least bringing it to you guys. This is what it would look like
Yes.
if we pull the zoning districts out like has been
Suggested, brought up.
yeah.
one
So
of-
that they're separate, so that the zoned town's own zone and
Basically, pull
unzoned.
it, yeah. Shoreline zoning,
Only our
shoreline.
zones districts would be in county adopted zoning.
Yeah, it
It'd be in
wouldn't,
those districts.
it wouldn't be doing, it'd be a complete general shoreline overlay. It wouldn't exempt out anybody.
Right.
It would just say, this is what we're saying is important to enforce in shoreland areas. We wouldn't have agricultural districts or anything in our shoreland. It's just gonna be a shoreland overlay. If someone calls in, do I need a permit? You're in the shoreland overlay, you're not in a zoned area, a generally zoned area. This is your ordinance to go through. And from staff's perspective, that would be a much better way to do it. Otherwise, areas that are zoned by the county right now, they have the county general zoning and the shoreline zoning. And some of it doesn't always say the same thing, which it does say the most restrictive one matters. They did cover it that way. But it's super confusing when people call in and they're in shoreline and general zoning. There's kind of two ordinances they have to meet in order to
No.
To get it to work.
Now, with that, though, they would still, if they call in on shoreland, okay? If they're in town zone, they would still need permission through the towns, though, if the towns have some sort of zoning district around their shoreland, though, correct?
the towns would be able to have their own more restrictive
Whatever it
ordinance
is,
if they
yes,
want.
right,
yes.
around that.
But it would, one of the changes is it would be the county, all, countywide. There would be no exemptions because the things you put in the
Right.
shoreland ordinance are supposed to be
It's
for the
the shoreline.
purpose of the shoreland ordinance. So the town zoning and unzoned shouldn't matter, or they can't matter. It's gotta be specific
separate.
to your shoreland zoned areas.
But anything that's general zoning comes out then.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
Perfect.
Out of the shoreline.
As an example, that would be
Yeah.
great to see what that would look like.
I think that was kind of my main recommendation if this is the route we were
Yeah.
looking towards, so.
Yeah. Thank
All
you.
right.
Mr. Chairman, I asked Joe during the break. Short-term, we had a closed session on that. a second one, you know.
Oh, we would have a close, because we always have litigation updates too, so we would put that on there too.
I can, yeah, that's not a
Okay.
problem.
Closed session.
Yeah. for
Especially
updates on
with
that.
litigation that's
Yep.
surrounding this anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least threat of,
No problem.
at least threats of.
So now with a motion on the floor and seconded to move it to the 18th, how do we want to say as an agenda item that we're going to do the shoreline?
Working
We
meeting
would just be
discussion.
able to talk about that at the next meeting.
And try to put that about the only thing on there.
Yep. That's it. All the agenda items that would fall underneath that, but we have them somewhat organized. So address the topics that have been, that continue to come back up.
Yeah, but I mean, that would be the whole.
Well, I think you kind of want to have it structured too for people speaking
Mhm.
and engagement.
Then it's more open again.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean,
But right now, we're gonna talk about erosion, or, retaining walls first, or
defining the
whatever.
retaining wall.
Yes, yep, defining a retaining wall. Then we're gonna talk about whatever, steps. The
Yeah.
fact that we've got extra 10 extra feet, how many where? Because we're using less concrete, whatever, I don't care.
What we'll do again is we'll go through definitions and see which ones that we do have to fix. I mean, I guess that's where the starting
At what
point.
point do you want to look at the overlay?
And then add that overlay as we go down, that'd be one.
That would be right with
agenda
it.
item.
Is it possible to move that meeting to the 25th, the following Wednesday, due to Logan's not here that week?
Oh, is it?
Oh, well, that would be
You're
helpful.
not-
Yeah, it probably should be.
It would probably be a little helpful. You said the 28th, Mo,
5th.
or 25th? Wednesday, the 25th is the week after. And then you'd have basically 2 weeks in a row, though. You'd have the 25th and then you're back on April 1st.
We love meeting. Let's go.
Are you gone that whole week, Logan?
No.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Yeah, and it's county board on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I mean, the only other thing would be next Wednesday, the 11th.
General government meeting.
So that's it.
Could we meet on an off day on Monday, the 16th?
I can. That's up to the committees.
Go back.
I didn't make the motion, so I gotta be careful here.
I can't do Monday, the 16th.
How about the
I need.
Wednesday, the 25th? How are we working with that? How about that? Yeah,
No,
No.
that's a no for Justin.
no for Justin.
That's a no for you?
No.
Why would you get going?
What? That was a no.
If Monday, the 16th works for everybody else, I can try to change what I've got.
Well, come on a trip. Come on.
16?
Does it?
Monday, Logan, would Monday the 16th work for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's enough time to prep
Yeah.
what you need to prep,
Logan, or
Justin.
and I got too many.
I just, let me double check.
I'm not important.
Monday, the 16th.
Wait, let's see what's up. Yeah.
Ah, I thought I changed it.
So is the motion then is to have a working meeting Monday, March 16th, starting at 9 a.m. And it's a working meeting, so it would be an actually open roundtable type discussion with anyone,
Stakeholders.
with any stakeholders that are interested.
It's just a regular meeting, not a public hearing.
Yeah.
Correct.
Exactly.
But honest, but not a committee meeting, because so we're gonna relax the structure that literally we would.
Meeting. Committee meeting's already relaxed.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's up to the chair.
that was up.
He's pretty relaxed.
Yes.
Pretty relaxed. I don't.
Kind of
Monday, the
free.
16th at 9
Kind of
a.m.
free.
That's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Doug. Are all those in favor, say aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that will come up, all of that stuff. So keep everything you've got, stack it a little higher. Might just leave it there, huh? And come back to it.
Not really. It might not roll by
That
then.
bag is so heavy to carry. I got all that.
All those trees in there.
Yeah.
Well, I got,
The thing
I
is-
think
I don't usually carry.
I
out.
think I've got 5 or 6 different ones to try to catch up.
Okay, what's next?
Oofta. Okay. Number 10. No, yeah,
Got 7 and 8, 7 we have.
there's 7 here.
You're gonna let Brent go?
Patiently waiting.
Come on up. Number 7.
Oh, that patiently waiting.
Let's get our timber sales going.
Last.
There you go.
Oh, you're not last. We got more to go.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Did you bring lunch?
I was lucky enough to sneak out.
Oh.
I've admitted that, but, yeah, so we'll start with, I believe, questions first. Yeah. So we're not here to approve any timber sale bids or anything like that. Included all the timber sales that are going out to bid. So, gonna do that this afternoon if I got time, otherwise tomorrow morning. To get the bid packets out. We'll have 8 timber sales. It's 457 acres. 7 of them are in Sterling, 1 in Lorraine. The total appraised value for them all is just over $139,000. Likely, hopefully, we'll see more than what we have for appraisal, but that's kind of the snapshot. So the timber sales that we're going to be putting out to bid, we're going to run it until the next committee meeting for the day. We'll open it the day before next committee meeting. So April 1st will be our bid approvals with the committee. And then we'll open them at 2:00 to the public. It'll be sealed bids and open them, all will, on that Tuesday. So
Okay.
it's kind of a short timeline, but for bidders, but this is a pretty slow time of the year for them. So hopefully they get out there looking at sales. So I don't know if you guys want to go through specifics or anything, or if you had chance. I know you guys got a lot of other stuff on your plate. So I don't know if you had time to read.
Tracy, do you want to go out and visit each one of these?
Could we?
We can go drive up to them if you want.
Okay.
Do a tour, but I sent landowner letters to all of them. Anybody that had adjacent private line or timber sale was on the private line. All the letters were sent. No responses there. No calls or anything with it being on an agenda. So I've not had any negative feedback anyway from the public. So that's about it, unless you guys want to go through the sales itself. So it's a little bit of it. Sterling is mostly scrub oak, jack pine, red pine. And then one in Tell Lorraine was this timber sale I told you guys was past the gate going after ash, which is why it has the name Ashes to Ashes. That's about it though. So any questions or?
I think when you bring that in for the sale, that's when you kind of look at each one then.
Yeah, that's when this is more of the time for,
it's coming.
or, yeah, like here it's coming. The final decision on the bid opening, right? Like we have bids coming in, so the time to discuss changes or, public comments or something on a timber sale would be kind of this time right now.
Yeah. So after that, when we can kind of look at them when we get to that, I think. Okay.
So I don't there being any issues, so.
Question on your ash health. How is the ash trees? Are they pretty healthy yet in that one?
No ash borer that we know of. And
I'm just, because you got a 3-year contract.
yeah, it makes me nervous, but it's lump sum. So yeah, so we sell it, right? Lump sum. This is what they agree to pay for it.
Whether they're alive or not, is there a problem?
That's where it could get the whole act of God part of the things, right? Could come into that. We would hate to harm them if that did happen. But it usually takes two good years at least, I believe, to kill those ash, like where they're standing dead. That's where you would see a more substantial value change of them killing it versus them being active in it. So we might be okay in that timeline, especially not knowing, I don't think we have any found yet in McKinley or Lorraine or any of those northeast quadrants. But it is like in the city centers like Frederick, Buck.
Because I was just curious, do we need to put anything in the cutting requirements? I mean, does it have to be 3-year? Can we cut that one back to 2 years?
We could, yeah, we could. Yeah.
I'm just throwing it out there because
The reason is because I'm winter restricting it.
Yep, I see that.
And just the amount of volume and the amount of acres, right? With just giving them more chances to pick away at it. So, but we could, if.
I'm just trying to protect it because I'd hate to see us, I mean, because you're putting quite a bit of value on the mash logger in there.
Yeah, probably about, I think we appraised value was around $25,000 worth of ash. Roughly.
Almost a quarter of that.
Yeah, about a quarter.
Because I know last year we logged in our ash trees, they got leaves and then by the time they come to cut them last fall, they were dead.
They change anything on,
No,
value?
because they were still fine.
Still fine, yeah.
Because you could see that they had got leaves, but
Yeah,
just over the summer last year, they're.
yeah. I can see it affecting grade, like veneer,
Yep.
something that they're spinning veneer off of them. Especially if they got beetle hits and stuff like that on the exterior, but, it's relatively superficial how deep they go. It's just the mortality or not, so.
That is.
Yeah,
one
I mean, if,
thinking of on that.
yeah, it's something, whoever buys it, right, I'll make sure to tell them and act like that wouldn't be a flexibility thing, right? And then revert back if it actually does happen. But if you guys want to push forward with a 2-year, I'd be willing to do that too, so.
I was just pointing it
Yeah.
out, just knowing what.
No, it's a really good question. Trust me, I thought about it more than once, so.
You think it would affect your bidding process if you put it on a 2-year?
What's that?
You think it would affect the bidding if you put it on a 2-year?
Potentially, yeah. So we did that on our timber sale last year too, Dabbler. We did a 3-year because we wouldn't have restricted it and had no problem selling, but a 2-year timeline the problem is winters are not becoming predictable anymore.
Sure.
So you might have 2 winters of not frozen ground that they can't get in there. So then all of a sudden we're reverting to a contract extension. So we're at the same risk again. But would have more flexibility with like changing values and stuff like that. But it's by far our highest value ash and the most abundant amount of ash that we have on any block on the county forest. So trying to take a stab at it as much as we can before it dies. So that being said, they might show up next winter. So it's hard to tell. What are you thinking?
Well, I'm thinking we want to cut as soon as you can get it cut. And so my other thought was, you're putting that winter restriction, cutting winter restriction. Is that for all of it or part of it? Could we get away cutting part of it during the summer or what are your thoughts there?
Not the northern block, the southern block we could, but what the landowner that's agreed to access would not like that.
Over 2 years.
It's in his pasture, so, no, they wouldn't like it not being winter restricted. So that spot you could get away with probably non-winter restricted cutting, but then they wouldn't be able to haul through the private landowner, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So. Or we could, I mean, we have the option, right? If we put the 2-year on it, don't sell it. We just resell it with 3-year.
Bring it
up the next month.
Can't even bring it up next month.
Yeah, the next month we.
They can't go.
So.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
See how things are going. I think I mentioned, maybe Kim, but, a pine pulp mill just shut down last week, or it's gonna be shut the doors in Moldeny.
So a big one.
Really? That's.
Ostrom.
Oh.
Yeah, so. That's gonna be a
22 closed, or from 22 to now it was 12 over that way on the eastern side.
but not good.
12 plants.
So there might be some future tweaks on how much utilization that we're gonna have to try to sell, right? A lot of our pine, we try to sell to a 4-inch top, but those last 2 sticks or two logs are usually pulp. So we might have to figure out a utilization spec that they need to just take down to 6-inch, that could still go to a 2x4, yours or potlatch or something like that. So there's going to be potential for more biomass in the future to be left on the landscape, fortunately. And that's already happened in southwest Wisconsin, and southern Wisconsin. That's pretty common where they're getting small saw logs or bolts and saw logs, but a lot of the pulp is unfortunately left unless somebody has a good firewood market. So that's where pine becomes a challenge because nobody wants pine firewood. So
Pulp, there's no pulp market anymore.
for,
Going down fast.
Just the pulp, what?
it's just the,
Market in general, though, is just.
it's pretty scary. It's getting harder.
Hmm.
Yeah, across the board. Doesn't matter what pulp product. So
Hmm.
maple seems to be the best. And that's because one of the biggest manufacturers in Sappi, and then also PCA and Tomahawk, they take a lot of maple. So
That's a long ways from here.
it's a long ways.
So I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, they might get a little more, but your freight costs to get it out of
Your
here.
trucking.
Correct. They're breaking even on our pulp.
Yep.
You know, they're lucky to break even from when we sell pulp on Polk County Forest. So unless they got a firewood guy down the road 4 miles.
Right.
So. Yeah. The challenge will be young, first thinning red pine is gonna be hard. We're gonna have one next year. Where we're trying to do a forest health treatment on that first thinning, and if there's no place to go, then we might not be able to get our treatment done. So when it needs it, so that's the risk. Anyway.
What does Excelsior and Rice Lake take?
Usually
Popple for
maybe
their-
popple for their mats.
For their mats and stuff?
Yep. Yep. And that's some really high value popple,
Yeah,
when you do that.
okay.
Yeah. Anyway,
All right.
that's it for that. And then we're gonna go into the annual report. Try to make this brief. You guys have it in your packet?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of highlight, just kind of the stuff that we accomplished this last year, or Paul and I guess. Total timber sale revenues last year, just over 156,000. You guys saw that number a couple months ago with, town severance payments. We completed 8 timber sales over 459 acres. So last spring, we sold, you can see the 385 acres of timber sales. Raised value 255,000 and some change. Ended up selling it for just over 431,000. So that was the timber sale bids you guys approved last year. We did sell one timber sale additionally on a direct sale, 53 acre sale for just over 6,800. 8 timber sales representing 457 acres. So this is essentially all the volume in the acres and the appraisal value that we'll be selling in 2026. That's what we got done last year to sell this spring. So as of 1/1, so January 1st, we had just under $600,000 on the books for 7 timber sales. Still under contract. And then Paul and I finished up just over 1,700 acres of forest inventory. So that's kind of the timber sale side of things. Reforestation, did a bud capping contract on our trees that we planted in 2024, just around 30,000 trees. We got 66 acres site prep done for planting this spring. So just got our bid back for spring planting on Monday. We had 4 different bidders. So I awarded the lowest bid. They got a couple weeks to get their stuff into me, so if all goes well, should be planting in April. So we'll have those 73,000 trees coming in April. We'll be busy doing that for a few days. We got 34 acres of mechanical hand release done. So essentially removing the hardwoods on a jack pine site with chainsaws and brush saws. We got 40 acres of roller chopping completed. So that will help aid in future planting. Set back the succession essentially. And then 135 acres of natural regeneration surveys that we accomplished. In terms of grants, continue to help and support Parks and Trails Department with ATV and snowmobile trail grants every year. Those will be coming due April 15th. So I'll be working with Tony on that in the next month. Got a county conservation aid grant to continue to do improvements on our disabled hunter stand that we have out in town of Sterling, and then also for procuring wildlife seed. Essentially, we like to use seed for rehabbing our forest roads when we're done with them. Try to seed them back for
for turkeys and deer and et cetera. As you guys know, we got the $15,000 sustainable forestry grant. We got that at the end of last year. And we already accomplished that 107 acres about a month ago. Our forest administrator grant was just over $55,000. So that's the half of my salary plus up to 40% of my fringe benefits. It's a grant that goes towards us. Finished up the 40-acre town of Lorraine acquisition. So all the money, all the grant money got dispersed to us, and then the loan and everything got paid back with our project loan plus the grant. So all the financials are cleaned up on that one. And then did some more hazard tree removal in Apple River Campground using the urban forestry grant. So should be pretty set on that campground anyway for a little while. Next page is just kind of unaudited report stuff that I crunch numbers on. So our gross revenues between state aid, county forest, timber sales, stumpage, firewood, Christmas trees, miscellaneous, just over $236,000. And then total operating forestry department expenses was just over 150,000. And then I kind of just took the gross revenues minus those expenses and then additional expenses, essentially. Oh, you're good. The expenses off of that, right? The 47,000 we gave to the towns, and then paying back our grant loan, which was just over 13,000. Still left us with a net revenue just over 25,000. So we got quite a bit of with all that money. So that's about it on that. So questions or discussion on the annual report? This doesn't have to get approved or pushed anywhere. Just my annual work plan does every year. That's required for my forest admin grant, but that's usually done in the fall. So
Can you remind me, do you do, I think you do, but I'm trying to remember when it was, the update to the county board? An update for the county board? I mean, it's good to keep people informed of.
oh, do I do
Yeah,
them?
you-
I have not, or
Oh.
at least for a while.
Since I've been back.
Yeah.
It might be a good idea for people, if not everybody on the board knows how much work your team's actually doing out there,
Just in the forestry.
just in the forestry part, yeah, yeah,
I think it'd be a good idea for like May or June.
Yeah.
As we sit a new board.
yeah, yeah, absolutely it would. Perfect,
Something like presenting something like this, or
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
yeah, I'd be more than happy.
Yeah, just that, even that 2-page at the end here to realize that, or even show them some of the land that they're getting.
Oh, just the timbers,
Just
Timber
in
sales,
the
just to
timber
show
sales,
that
what we're up to.
That's what,
Yeah.
that's what's
That's
happening.
kind of what today's about, was just
Yeah.
showing you guys what we did and
Yeah.
what we're gonna be doing. So
I don't think anybody realizes how much work goes into
Timber sales.
timber sale.
And the revenues and benefit to the county and the
Yeah.
benefit to the forest.
Exactly.
So he did get a review, because I got it from the DNR. If they get a review, and this was the 2025, so it went good, because it was one every 3 years. Now it goes up to not till 2030.
yeah, we got in trouble in 23,
Because of the
22.
grant monies were not.
How our finances were getting
Finance were
tracked.
a mess. So that got fixed finally.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I got,
So I got that. I think there was only one non-compliance out of all this.
yeah, we're good to go now.
Pretty much. The only thing that I found out was on page 5, some of that you just had that doesn't have a high conservation value forest.
Yeah,
Was that?
I'm fighting the state on that a little bit.
That's what I thought. Okay, we'll leave that alone.
So
Thanks, Brad.
that one's still in the works.
It's all that SFI stuff that nobody knew what it was. All
Yeah,
that
that's a
stuff.
third party certification. Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's what I got from the,
thanks for waiting all day for me.
Yeah.
Thanks for
And we know you're coming back. At not the next meeting, the meeting after. You won't be at our work until. All right, just so everybody knows that
Okay.
Yep, but
the money part got fixed.
it's just a working meeting.
No.
No.
See you in April. See you.
See you in April.
Yeah.
I guess, I bet you everybody didn't even know about that, did
No,
they? Oh,
no.
all right. That's some things you don't have to know, I guess.
That's your special. You're the chair. You get that information.
I get, yeah, isn't that
Keep
great?
it, and you keep it. That's just
I
fine.
can,
Put it in your bag.
I just got it. It was just in my,
Next. Next.
Exactly.
Number 10.
I'm getting hangry.
for what?
Food.
Ooh. Number 10. Are we gonna move that? Is that one ready to get moved forward?
Yeah.
The subdivision ordinance.
Do we have to move on number, I don't think that's might be for core council, but do we have to move on number 8 and just say we're gonna postpone to like a date certain? Perhaps we could just postpone it to April 1st date and then move it again if we need to. Because that's changed in the rules of order that everything has to be moved on.
Number 9, you mean?
It's postponed to
Yeah.
the 16th or the 1st.
Because we tabled it.
I would say not
We're
even the
working and then-
16th. I would like.
Because we're not having a public
1st.
hearing.
And then you can move it again if you need to, like if it's still not finalized.
Oh, I
Move
see.
it forward.
So we can move it forward and if it isn't ready, just get it.
You can just postpone it to the
Postpone it.
April 1st date is what I would
Okay.
recommend.
It might be, I don't know, Corp Council can correct me, but if there's a lot of changes, it's likely gonna need another public hearing, so that the possible for action might not be able to be on it. I don't know, or I guess it could be moved to the same as the public hearing, if you wanna do it that
Or
way.
just, move it to May or.
Okay.
Let's move it to the April 1st one. It's,
If you have to move it
we can move it again. If it isn't ready, we have to move it again. If there's that many changes, we'll have
Yeah.
Corp Council say,
If we
okay.
End up having another public hearing on April 1st to solidify changes that you discussed on the 16th.
Yeah.
We should be able to make the class 2 barely if whatever is decided, but we'll do what we can. Whatever you decide.
But we can get it to work, yeah.
Okay.
So do you think we need a motion for that?
I would
Both-
recommend so,
You
yeah.
would recommend that?
I agree. And I've been silent because I don't know what, if any, motions were made as a result of that.
None.
There was none.
So then I would definitely recommend that. And I just wanted to take the time, if I may, Chair, apologize for my in and out here this morning. Got court across the hall and obviously with only one attorney. I mean, no disrespect to the committee or to the public by leaving, coming and going, but just the reality of being one person. So
We'll just be 2 people next time.
I don't know.
So let's go back to number 9 on the shoreline ordinance. And we would postpone the public hearing to April 1st.
On the resolution.
Just postpone the discussion of
Action on
the,
the resolution until the 1st of April.
Right, yeah,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
yeah.
Okay, because we had action in there.
Because then
Someone make that motion.
Oh.
I move,
Oh, yeah.
I move to move article number 9 on the agenda to our April 1st meeting.
Okay. That will suffice. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Cheryl, second. All right. Everybody in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay.
So I will put that on that April agenda.
Item,
Just
not
don't be scared that you'll see it there, because if we do need more time, we can always move it down further again if we need.
Yes, okay.
Don't freak out when you see it in April.
No, but we'll get another stack of letters. So
Yes.
all right, there.
know it's coming.
We'll know it's coming. So the subdivision ordinance, we only had a few things on that, so that went fairly well, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, from the public hearing to now, there's been no changes.
There's been no.
So that's why there wasn't a public hearing on it. It's down to the resolution to move to the county board
To move to the full board.
with your guys's.
All right,
The consent agenda.
probably. The subdivision can go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You go, Justin. I think you make that motion, Justin.
Is somebody gonna make it?
You go.
Sure. I'll move the resolution 926 to the consent agenda of the county board.
With recommendation.
With recommendation. Okay.
I second it.
And seconded by Tracy. All right, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Good to go. Review rules of order.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is in page 107 of your packet. This is just the rules of order for this committee. If you guys have any changes or recommendations, next county board, this.
You want to do it now?
The current, just for this committee,
Section of this one.
just for this committee at this point.
Just the starting of it?
And again, these are recommendations for the next board to adopt,
Okay.
not adopting a new.
All right, so that we can just look over and come back with,
Yes, because this will be on the county board also.
because like this one, we'd probably want to,
Each committee is looking at their own.
each committee's gonna look at their own, sure.
Like the Trail Advisory Committee probably isn't on this committee anymore.
No. I don't think so. I think the trail is with the parks and trails.
So does this need to
Both
be
the
on our
north and the
agenda
northern
for
trail.
16th then? or
Yes.
first?
It would be the first.
So we have some time, yes, because that's where we might, for all of us, because we got some stuff like this morning and all this public comment stuff, we might want to put something in there that we want it 24 hours ahead or 48 or something. Otherwise, we don't read it in or something.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times this gets to the last minute, we get a stack of papers that we gotta sit and read. It slows our process down.
Be too much.
So I mean,
That would be,
what?
that would definitely be something to consider. I don't know if that would be something we'd put directly under environmental services, or if that would be something you'd want to consider for all public hearings.
I think we had it for all, the BOA, we tried to get it in there
Well,
too.
BOA's got their own rules of order,
Yeah.
so we can't.
But they requested it back in the day that they wanted at least that too, 72 hours or 48.
Mm-hmm.
I would bring those to executive next week, Kim,
Question then too.
for discussion.
Right the back.
So these are specific to environmental services, but there's also other rules of order that apply to how this committee is run, correct?
Right.
Yes.
That is taken up by executive. This is just a recommendation for the committee's rules of order specifically.
So if you
to
have
the
something else,
executive
tell me, I'm on the executive.
Okay.
Yeah, let me know if you think of something.
Specifically, I did a quick search for these and I wasn't able to find them. Again, on a quick search, I didn't spend hours. Where exactly are they located on our website?
They're in Muni code because they're a codified ordinance.
They're in Muni code.
Yeah, if you hover over government, go to ordinances.
Yep.
click on Muni code.
Yep,
It-
I can get to the Muni code.
it's Article 2.
Article 2, thank you. That's what I needed to know. I thought they were under our specific Polk County Board or committee, so that was my fault. So thank you.
The red line version just will be going out today for executive next week, so you're welcome to take a look at some other recommendations that we'll be making for that committee too, but every committee goes over their own little section there too.
The red line version's going to executive committee. And
It goes
that's-
out today.
It goes out today, so it'll be in my email. Is what you're
Yes.
saying.
So then
Thank
we'll
you.
have it on next Thursday, but if you have something, if you see
Not me, I
something,
don't have anything.
if you see something, yeah, you'll read some of that. All right.
I don't say that.
Yes, you will. You'll see something in there. You'll open it.
I'm a quiet wallflower, Kim.
Yeah, I know you are. All right, so we got that.
Do you have any recommendations, or do you want me to take them next time we meet so you can look at them soon?
Well, we read enough today. I don't want to read them and see if we got to have it. I just,
So bring
I
it back.
mean, I'm gonna say that 48 hours and some of that we should have at least in
Next
there.
meeting.
Here's, what do we want? 48, 72, something. That we don't get stuff, 8 o'clock the night before.
8:30 in the morning.
So like me, if I had a meeting the night before, I didn't open mine up till I get here. So now I got 15 letters at 8:30 in the morning and I'm supposed to run the meeting with 15 letters.
Can we bring our comments back to the next meeting
Yeah,
or?
bring the comments to next.
I would think so. Yeah.
Yep, that's not a problem, because
Thank you.
executive will probably meet, the first time
Well-
this month, and then we do have planned to meet again in April to solidify any changes that have come out of this next executive.
Okay, out of all the
The rules of
different
order will
ones.
be adopted at the April County Board,
Yeah.
so we have a little
Actually,
little bit.
part of that because staff would be working
Yeah, okay.
technically.
All right. Administrators update.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Sales tax for February is slightly better, only down 3.6% from last year. The new walking bridge is in at D.D. Kennedy Park. They're quickly working now to get their cranes out before road restrictions come off. And And just waiting on the abutments for the asphalt once the plants open up.
There we go.
ADRC Transportation is looking for drivers. If you know anyone, they are reimbursed 72.5 cents per mile. CSD and the DHS grants, now we are only able to charge those grants quarterly. So that is a delay in revenue, and we have to pay those bills ahead of time as that happens. So just so you're aware of that. 3-inch imagery is now available on Beacon, the GIS site. So the new imagery is uploaded. Weight restrictions on county trunk highways go on March 5th at noon. We only post 4 sections of county trunk highways. And then State Highway 65 goes on Monday, March 9th at noon.
They're gonna post 65.
Yep. Continue to post it.
So they build a state highway to state specs, but we can't drive on it.
They just did a overlay on.
Most of it.
They put lipstick, never mind. They, it was not, put a Band-Aid on it, not expecting it to last more than 7 years.
It didn't take any of the love hopes out, yeah.
No, they
Didn't take any of them out.
I thought you were gonna borrow them.
Oh, God.
In EDC, Terry Howard is retiring at the end of the month. So they'll be looking for a replacement for Terry Howard
Really?
on that. So just want to thank him for all his work he's done with EDC. Treatment Corps graduation, they have one coming up here the 10th of April. For Mr. Justin Pringer. It's Treatment Corps starts at 8:30 on that day. Graduation should be at 10 o'clock. So if you haven't been to one, I encourage you to attend a Treatment Corps to go through the process on that one. And that is currently all I have right now. With the exception of, I can give you an update. We're really close on the MOU with the DNR. Plan is to have that final copy to you next week as board, so you can review it. But we got all our language in for the planning process that we wanted. We just have corporation counsel and our corporation counsel to go over some indemnification language to make sure we're both covered both ways. So otherwise, we got everything we needed in there.
Is that gonna be a committee of the whole so we can discuss it openly?
I'll talk to corporation counsel to see if we need a committee of the whole on it.
To discuss that MOU, because I think that could get a little,
Because we had to pretty much nail down to what language we can have on there and not change that MOU to corporation plan. So
But is there anything not allowing us during our meeting to move to go into the committee of the whole? Or do we have to actually say it ahead of time?
usually we have it.
You have to, it has
It has to be
the
agenda.
agenda,
That's the agenda.
So that's why I would like,
Thank you.
that's why I'm asking to have
Yep,
that
thank you. I
maybe.
didn't realize that.
and we can always agenda that, and if you go into committee of the whole or not, it's, but it's
Yeah,
there.
if we have to or not, but that, for that discussion, we might want to be able to talk more than once on stuff, so that might be a good one to put on
Might
there.
not be a short meeting.
So it'd be a short meeting, yeah. All right. Sarah's update, environmental services update. Almost there.
The eastern red cedar and hackberry and native seeds are the only items still for sale on our Land and Water Resources tree sale.
Sold out.
Get them while they're hot. Those will be dispersed at the end of April. I believe the date is April 24th will be tree dispersal day, FYI. We've had several recruitments going on that we've finished. Our summer intern recruiting process for Land and Water has been completed. Our 2 interns will start in that department on June 1st. We have similarly completed our summer intern interviews for land information, and they also anticipate the start date to be June 1st. So those 3 interns are completed. We also have just finished an active recruitment for a zoning technician and hope to have that position filled shortly as well. So I think there's been some successful recruitment this early spring. Land and Water Resources is also planning a summer tour of projects for their colleagues in the Northwest area, Wisconsin. I just wanted to mention it. it's 11 counties that participate in it, and they go around and see some positive and successful land conservation projects. The 11 counties are Burnett, Douglas, Bayfield, Ashland, Iron, Price, Washburn, Rusk, Sawyer, Taylor, and of course, Polk. The tour takes place on one day, and it includes sites, like I mentioned, that had successful conservation projects. On the lines of the 3-inch aerial imagery, I just wanted to give a shout out to the team. We've had a lot of compliments on the imagery and how great it looks. We did receive one specific thank you and compliments from the city administrator of St. Croix Falls on that aerial imagery, and thanked the county for their good work. And then finally, we are in kind of a season of people going to meetings and conferences. This week, Eric, Karsten, and Samantha are in the Land and Water Resource Conference. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That 18th, 19th, and 20th, we'll have 2 attending the Wisconsin County Code Administrators, the zoning administrators, a meeting or zoning meeting. And then last week, we had several go to the Wisconsin Land Information Association meeting and give reports on what's going on across the state in all of our respective conferences. I think that's it for today. We will meet then again on the 16th. I will work with Shabana on the agenda for the meeting. And structure it as a stakeholder.
Or it's like a committee of the whole or whatever, how we want to do that.
And you said with closed.
Just wanted to make a quick.
We want a closed session at the beginning of that,
Yeah, I just wanted a quick,
the beginning.
Okay.
yeah, just quick clarification on notification for me. So typically at a meeting like that, we will invite or make sure that the town clerks receive notice. And do we want to extend that to any other parties, or is that what we're doing?
We should extend it to all the zoning administrators in the counties that have, the towns that have their own zoning. See if their zoning administrators will show up and see what they like.
Oh, the town zoning administrators.
Yeah, wouldn't that make sense? Those
Yeah.
Garfield, Apple River, Garfield, Farmington, and
Good idea.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we're,
because they're the ones I think that might be behind some of the
Well,
paperwork.
their person,
Is what, part-time?
not available right now, I think. And what's his name?
what do you mean that person?
Well, the clerk does some of it, and then, what's his name? The
Building inspector?
building inspector does some of it. So
Interesting, but I mean, at least
But at least put the.
invite them
invitation out there.
directly or
put
something.
it out there.
Yeah, put it out there because
Okay.
that's who that's who should be working with us too, if they have problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm,
but-
Town
what I'm
clerks can
getting
pass
at.
it
they help
along,
us.
Lake and Rivers associations know, just, if you're a working group, let's just,
Because like these people on the tourist room, it's been there 3 years and now they show up today.
Yeah.
And you just go like, oh my God, what?
yeah.
It's been, we had public hearings on that, how many times? And now they show up 3 years later. It's kind of odd, but
Kim, 367, 130
I did see that.
could be the,
That's why. And the reason behind 180 days and all that
Yeah.
nobody understands, but it was there. Okay.
and I guess it's not really probably part of my director's report, but you've heard from both sides of that coin, right?
Yeah.
It is probably one of the most delicate land use issues that we deal with when.
yes.
But that's nationwide right now
Yes.
too.
Yes,
It isn't just
amen.
Polk
Yeah.
County.
Other than that, we will see you on the
On that 3-inch stuff.
15th. The 3-inch imagery?
Yeah. What are you gonna put the lot line links on it and stuff, the number
Oh,
footage?
so that's part of the,
That's coming next.
well, that's part of you guys approved the project that basically increases the intelligence of that lot line, right? So that's a year-long project.
Yay.
Well, for sure, it's intense. But Pro West that launches here, has launched after January
has, okay.
1st, but yeah.
But it is pretty clear. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it's an incredible resource for people that are looking at that kind of
all
stuff.
the time, yeah. Okay. All right. Work plan. So we added the new,
I think we got it.
a new date in March.
And then
The tree, the forest stuff, we're good there.
Yeah.
All right. Now that April 1st one, gonna get tax deed listings and see what we're gonna do, or how's that getting left out to dry?
heard any update from council on procedure?
Or Amanda, how many there is or anything? Okay.
No, so, and this, it's still, they're still waiting on some of the
state. to
the
get it
state,
straightened
figure
out.
out what's one.
Okay.
Yeah, right now it's not prudent for the county to take any properties.
Okay.
April Fool's Day. then.
So April, we might have, do we do the review of the BOA cases and stuff, or do we maybe move that?
Well, I mean, I think it's
That's what's on our work plan
largely going to depend on what moves forward with the shoreline ordinance and time.
for timing. That's what I'm saying. We don't want to put too much on there that we
But,
end up till 2:00.
right, we can certainly have that reviewed report.
All right, but after the next one, we'll see how much stuff will be on the
Sounds
first,
good.
maybe, just to be safe, not to add too much more. All right, then we're caught up. All right.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second. Chair, can I make a correction to a number I used earlier? So that-
Too late.
No, I didn't.
A lot of people are queuing in on that one.
I know. I may have misspoke.
Okay.
And
Big time.
I checked with my office too to make sure. I used the number of 367 when I meant to say 267. Big difference.
Oh,
It's
well,
you're still
267.
It's
130 off. I mean,
It's still higher than you've got. So
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I just want that for the record.
It's double,
I
but
misspoke.
what our license, okay.
You need
All right, that's noted.
you got a second, you got
Need a second and
Sir, they're gone.
I seconded
Go
it.
in the parking lot and do it. Who second?
I did.
Did you? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I,
Opposed?
we only got 2 hours left.
go
Yeah.
that sign
The
in.
rest of the day.